So,
Good morning to one and all. A warm welcome from Central Research Lab and Departments of Pharmacology and Community Medicine, Tagore Medical College and Hospital. Today, we are delighted to welcome all the esteemed speakers from National Institute of Epidemiology, ICMR, and the participants from all over India who registered to this live webinar series, the first of its kind collaboration with National Institute of Epidemiology, ICMR, and Tagore Medical College and Hospital in Chennai. Good morning to one and all. A warm welcome from Central Research Lab and Departments of Pharmacology and Community Medicine. So we are back again. So today we are starting off with the first session in the live webinar series proposed for the next successive 4 months, including this session, in collaboration with National Institute of Epidemiology, ICMR, and Tagore Medical College and Hospital. And we are extremely delighted to welcome you all for today's session and an entire program, which all of you will be finding it very interesting. And we are thankful to our esteemed speakers, the scientists from National Institute of Epidemiology, ICMR, Chennai, and also our in-house speakers, Dr. Kannan, Dr. Geeta, who will be sharing their cumulative research experience, putting together. All three of us have 35 years of experience in research, conduct of research, research training in Tagore Medical College and Hospital. Especially Dr. Kannan and Dr. Geeta are the Institutional Ethics Committee chairpersons, secretaries, and Dr. Kannan has been our own research guide for almost a decade for me personally. So today we are once again extremely happy to welcome all the participants from all over India. We registered almost 70 plus participants exclusively from non-Tamil Nadu registrants. And apart from that, we also received a great response from Tamil Nadu, all over the districts of Tamil Nadu. So today we are delighted to kick off the first session, starting in a couple of minutes after we do the preliminary housekeeping rules. And deep diving into research methodology is extremely important because at the outset, Central Research Lab and Department of Pharmacology, Tagore Medical College and Hospital, we would like to acknowledge the support and encouragement from our dynamic entrepreneur award recipient, Professor and Dr. Bala Madam, and our Secretary, Sir, Mr. Manikantan, in planning the first of its kind collaborative effort between National Institute of Epidemiology and Tagore Institution, as I have mentioned. And we sincerely thank our respected Dean Madam, Dr. Kumada Lingaraj, who will be joining us in our plenary panel session very shortly, and Medical Superintendent, Sir, Dr. Karuna Nidhi, and our peers from all over India who recommended their postgraduate students and faculties and students to register for this training program, and also our own institutional peers who nominated their faculty to register for this program. We sincerely thank all of them for welcome all of them.
पता नहीं कौन रंगारी 83 शायद रात में
Ma'am, you are not audible.
Sorry for this. So it's not audible. Why?
It's audible now, ma'am.
Okay, fine. So we would like to extend this warm welcome to one and all. And this webinar series was realized after a deep brainstorming session between Dr. Kannan, Dr. Geeta, and myself, realizing that at Central Research Lab, we understood the pandemic has opened up wide possibilities of importance of research, especially, and we felt that we have to undertake this program, and we thought like every month if we conduct a series, it will have much more importance because you cannot do all the sessions at one go. So leading this effort from Central Research Lab with adequate support from Dr. Geeta from the Department of Pharmacology, because she has been the Chief of Ethics Committee in this institution, and Dr. Kannan has been the Chief of Research Committee, we felt that it is our responsibility to lead this activity at the forefront to cultivate a rich pool of institutional partnership with national institutions like National Institute of Epidemiology, ICMR, And we also felt that we need to nurture a scientific curiosity among budding researchers, such as young faculties, postgraduates, interns, undergraduates, because we have been repeatedly awarded ICMR projects at student undergraduate level. So we wanted to bring scientists from ICMR accredited institutions and expose our young talent to this scientist's body of work so that it will stimulate curiosity in undertaking high-end research, high-quality research, and these kind of training programs are a platform for these scientists to share their research and inculcate the same curiosity in our young researchers. And we sincerely hope these efforts undertaken at our institution, Tagore Medical College and Hospital, under the leadership of Dr. Kanna and Dr. Geeta, and Central Research Lab acting as the epicenter for research activities in our institution, will be a momentum towards building an Atmanirbhar Bharat, which Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji correctly defines that India should be self-sufficient in diagnosing its own problems and also self-developing its own tools. And research, I personally believe the practice of research enable evidence-based medicine is very important in medical institutions. And today's training on research methodology is the first step we are undertaking to build next generation of researchers in our institution. And not only in our institution, if you look at the response we received, almost 70 registrations we received from all over India. And I was discussing with Kannan sir, who are these researchers, from where did they register? Dr. Geeta was sharing, there were so many requests from Odisha, Bhubaneswar, Northeast India. So it shows a curiosity and hunger for learning, especially the ICMR, National Institute of Epidemiology scientists. 3 of the scientists are part of today's featured program. Dr. Rizwan, he's been instrumental in developing a lot of research training programs across India. They conduct so many structured training programs, and it is our honor to have them in this training program. And Dr. Hemant, a scientist E at ICMR, is also featured in today's session, who will be dealing very important topic. Along with that, another woman scientist, Dr. Jayashree, she's going to talk about, she's a physician and also a scientist with more than 50 publications to her credit. So having these diverse scientists representing ICMR and being part of today's program and exposing all their body of work to all the registrants today will help the young researchers understand the importance of research, because the pandemic, as I have mentioned in my earlier statement, if there was a disconnect because of audio problem, I would like to reiterate the message. The pandemic has opened up multiple opportunities along with challenges. The silver lining is, along with the challenges, the India has risen to the problems and challenges and revealed the entrepreneurial and research potential among our own scientists. And you may all be aware, like the innovation, the scientific solutions in the development of vaccines, in the development of new drugs. Every day we are opening newspapers, we are opening research articles and seeing how we are driven by research mentality to find solutions to this COVID problem. And I would like at this point also to share that science communication is not limited anymore to the labs. Like sitting in my central lab here, I'm not talking to an exclusive audience like you anymore. The research has come from labs to clinical trial sites, to the scientific committees, and to our living rooms. When we look at the TV today, they are talking about COVID vaccine trials, they're talking about vaccine hesitancy, they are talking about vaccine inequities, they're talking about universal health coverage. So these terminologies, the research language has become part and parcel of everyday life of a common man. So in this background, research communication is also found to be one of the most opted course for graduate students in colleges. So I personally feel this research training and methodology training is extremely important, because undertaking a robust methodology in your research is important, because otherwise the bias introduced into the research studies will lead to erroneous conclusions. The faulty science can lead to faulty decision making by the policymakers, and it can have public health implications. So this is my inaugural welcome address. So I take this opportunity once again to remind us all as medical scientists and researchers the importance of repeatedly undergoing these kind of trainings. It's not like one training we attend, we know everything. Research is a constant learning, and attending these kind of programs, which are made easily accessible through these webinar platforms, where you can attending to your routine work also, you can put the earphones, listen to the sessions, because there is the subconscious learning which happens. So we need to pay attention to that component of learning. And institutions like Tagore Medical College and Hospital, especially, I would like to share that our chairperson always is asking, like, what are our research agendas, where are our projects, what are our current research directions. I'm extremely happy to share that our chairperson, Professor Dr. Mala, is a research oriented person, and we are receiving extreme support from our management to conduct these kind of training programs. And the institutional support, the unconditional access to the resources in conducting these kind of programs is phenomenal, and we would like to share those resources with everyone accessible to us through this platform. That is the reason we approached NIE, that is National Institute of Epidemiology. And at the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Rizwan. Immediately, Dr. Kannan sir approached, and immediately they accepted our request and deputed 3 scientists to be part of this training program. So we welcome you, sir, and the entire team to be part of this training program today. Tagore is extremely honored to have you on board for this training program. And now I once again welcome all the participants, my interns, and other peers in Tagore Medical College and beyond Tagore Medical College, wherever this program is being live streamed through YouTube and Zoom link. We welcome you all to be part of this academic intellectual journey. And I know that this particular journey starts today with this participation, but the ramifications are wide and far. And it is Dr. Geeta's vision as ethics committee chief in our institution that research should be conducted with ethics, and that ethics bound research leads to evidence-based medicine. With these few words, now I would like to open this training program. It is inaugurated in that sense, like that. And now I would like to invite Dr. Kannan, Office in charge of Central Research Lab, Associate Professor in the Department of Microbiology, the research guide for many researchers across this campus and outside the campus, to come forward and give inaugural and opening remarks. Sir, please go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Most respected management and dean, esteemed faculties of National Institute of Epidemiology, ICMR, my colleagues, delegates, and friends. Good morning, one and all. First and foremost, I extend my warm greetings on behalf of the organizing committee. It gives me immense pleasure to deliver this opening remark with this auspicious occasion. In the next few minutes of my inaugural speech for the webinar, I'll be walking through what the webinar is about and how useful it will be for you, and what does the future hold for all of us in the context of the theme of this webinar. This webinar is designed and planned to enhance and hone the research skills in biomedical research. The research in academia has become imperative, and it is wise enough for the academicians to develop the research skills. The importance of clinical research has been understood by each and every individual in this world during this pandemic situation. So you all know when the pandemic opened, there was a big panic throughout the world, but it is the researchers who stepped in. So with our research arsenal of the world, we could be able to successfully fight against this COVID-19 infection. When the matter of adversity came, the researchers throughout the world stepped in to fight against the SARS-CoV-2 virus. It is unbelievable, but it is true that the scientists could be able to grow this virus in tissue culture successfully in less than 2 months, which underlines the quality and skill of the researchers around the world. The successful growth of the virus was followed by the complete sequence of RNA of virus. So this paved the way for the developing the diagnostic techniques and also the vaccines for COVID-19. The research scenario of India is no small compared to other countries. say out of 7 vaccines that the WHO have approved, Covaxin, the Indian make vaccine, has found a place. This is one of the greatest achievements among the research fraternity of India. It's a great indicator of the research potential of Indian researchers, definitely. It's a hallmark of our research capacity. However, compared to the other countries, the only issue what we face is the bench strength of the researchers in the clinical research, which is far less compared to that of the many other countries. So the basic purpose of this webinar should be to call out the views and methodologies of research and acquaint ourselves with our research ideas. So to become a good researcher, you need certain skill set. And this skill set is not inborn. One has to persevere to develop this skill set. This webinar series will take you through different skill sets that a researcher should possess. So we have planned to conduct a series of webinars covering different topics of research methodology. So first in this series, we are going to learn about developing a hypothesis, framing the objectives and literature, search and its review, etc. So it is the fact that if you successfully develop a research hypothesis, 90% of your research work is done. So thus, this webinar will be highly rewarding for the participants. Today's webinar lectures are going to be taken by highly experienced faculties from National Institute of Epidemiology, ICMR. I am really grateful to them for accepting to deliver the lecture in this webinar. I request the delegates to take this opportunity to interact with the speakers after their lecture to clarify your doubts. Also, delegates can share their experience with us in the question and answer session. Your inputs during the webinar will be immensely useful. I am sure the deliberations of this webinar will throw up useful and practical knowledge and research methodology for action. I wish all the participants, speakers, and the deliberations all success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that clear and crisp inaugural and opening remarks. So before we proceed to the scheduled plenary panel session, I request you to brief the participants about the pre-test questionnaire you have planned for them and how you are going to plan to administer it.
Yeah, I'll post the pre-test link in the chat box so the delegates can fill up. You can take 10 minutes time. It's all multiple choice questions. So you can just go through the questions meticulously and you can just attempt. So needn't to worry about anything, whether you know or don't know, just do your pre-test. And later on, at the end of this webinar, probably in the evening session, we will do a post test with the same question. So you will come to know what type of knowledge and what are all the areas in which you could able to develop your skills in research methodology. All these things will become to know. So I'll just post this pre-test link in the chat box. I request the delegates to kindly open up and try to just take 10 minutes and submit your pre-test assessment. Probably after posting, you will come to know what are all the answers which are correct and wrong, and also the total score. And it will be helpful for you to analyze yourselves after the webinar, how far you have improved. So the link is posted. I hope the delegates can able to
post the link to everyone because it is.
Oh, okay. I'll post.
Yes.
I think I have not posted.
Yes, sir. So as mentioned, we request all the participants to utilize this brief period of time before we move on to the plenary discussion. Utilize this brief period of time to click on the link and take 5 to 10 minutes to quickly scan through the questionnaire. Sir is posting it in the chat box.
Yes. I have posted now.
Yes. And complete the pre-test questionnaire. As per the scheduled program, we already highlighted to you this research methodology webinar series has been accredited by both MGR University for 10 points as well as Tamil Nadu Medical Council for credit hours. According to the program, we have to submit these pre-test, post-test and evaluation forms to make you avail these certificates. So we request you once again to complete this pre-test questionnaire, and within the next 5 to 10 minutes, we move on to the next scheduled event, that is plenary session, involving all the featured speakers and scientists from NIE ICMR as well as Dr. Khannan, who will address the key components for improving future health research bench strength. So we'll catch up with you after 10 minutes.
ಯಾಕೆ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದಕ್ಕಿದ್ದಂಗೆ ಹಿಂಗಾಯ್ತಲ್ಲ ಯಾಕಿದು ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಬರ್ತಾನೆ ಇಲ್ವಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಸರಿಯಾಗಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ
I hope all the participants have taken time in this break to complete the pre-test questionnaire posted by Dr. Kannan in the chat box. Now we are back to the plenary session scheduled in the program, and we are extremely delighted to see our ICMR NIE scientists on the screen. So without much delay, I would proceed to the next item on the schedule, the plenary session discussion on improving future health research bench strength. It is my honor and indeed a great privilege to welcome the scientists from NIE ICMR, Dr. Rizwan S.A., Scientist D, and Dr. Jayashree K, Scientist D, and Dr. Hemant Ishivade, Scientist E. Scientist, it's our great honor to welcome you all together. Thank you so much for accepting our request and being part of this training program. Are we audible, sir?
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
So thank you so much, Dr. Sucharita, for the introduction that you have so kindly given us. So I myself am Dr. Rizwan. and I will let Dr. Hemant and Dr. Jayashree introduce themselves.
Yes, sir.
Hi all, I'm Hemant. I work here as scientist E. My background is community medicine and operational research. It's nice to be part of this training program. Thank you very much. Jayashree?
Thank you, Hemant. Hi all, I'm Dr. Jayashree. I work here as a scientist D at ICMR National Institute of Epidemiology, and happy to be part of this plenary and looking forward to the pre-lunch session also. Thank you, Dr. Sucharita and Dr. Kannan.
Thank you so much. We are extremely delighted to see you all. And as I mentioned in our welcome address, and Kannan sir also highlighted, it is so important for us to have scientists like you to train our young pool of researchers. And we are happy to take off this plenary session. Now I would like to introduce our in-house research leaders, Dr. I. Kannan, who is officer in charge of Central Research Lab and associate professor in the Department of Microbiology. As I have introduced him earlier, he is research guide for all of us in this campus, in Dental College campus. The Tagore institutions are like an umbrella, including 10 institutions in health and allied sciences, and sir is guide for all of us. Thank you, sir, for leading us all towards research.
Okay.
Welcome you to be part of the panel.
More. Mute ही है mute.
And now I would like to welcome Dr. R. Geeta, Professor HOD of Department of Pharmacology. Madam, are you there online?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Good
And
morning.
she's also the Chief of Institutional Ethics Committee, and she's one of the pillar of strength for all of us researchers, extremely friendly, approachable, and very particular about conduct of research in ethics-driven framework. And we are extremely delighted that we are having leaders like Dr. Kannan and Dr. Geeta to set the agenda in the right manner, in the right tone in the institution. And we are extremely happy that all of you are part of this plenary session, rightly titled Improving Future Health Research Bench Strength. And I'm now going to moderate this session, and I'll just help you to understand how this setting would be, so that all of you will be given a round of questions, and all of you will take turns in sharing your insights and thoughts and point of views. One round of question to all of you, and we'll come back to another round of question. And in between, if you want to share, come back and share also. This is an extremely flexible pattern, so please feel free, because all of you are a highly diverse group of scientists. So there is no hard and fast rule. We only want our young scientists and participants to benefit from your vast background of research. So without much further delay, I would move on to the set of questions. Our respected Dean Madam is held up with some high-level discussions, because the convocation event is planned on 13th, and we are expecting the governor to come and do the honors of graduating students getting the degrees from her. So they are in a meeting. She said she will join us. We hope that she will join very soon before we close this. So before further delay, I would like to start off with our first question in this plenary session. The first question I would like to address to Dr. Rizwan is, sir, how can academic organizations attempt to create a strong health research culture from top-down level, that is starting at the management level?
Hi. Thank you so much for that question, Dr. Sucharita. And I wish all the participants a very enriching experience today. And I can see the program is designed in such a way that it benefits both young researchers as well as experienced ones. As far as the question that Dr. Sucharita has raised just now, to be honest, research in private medical colleges, or even for that matter government medical colleges, are not up to the expectations of anyone, even the researchers themselves, or the students who are learning research, or governing bodies like National Medical Commission or ICMR. So, research culture in an institution has a lot to do with how the management views research in their institution. If the management, if the administration gives perks or encourages researchers for publishing high quality research, that is the first step towards recognizing that the faculty members and the students of a particular college are capable of doing research and that research efforts are being rewarded in some way. For example, there can be for young researchers, there can be a small corpus of funds that are allotted and say small amounts are given out to MBBS students or postgraduate students who compete in a pool, and then small amounts are given for their research projects. Faculty who want to do larger projects are encouraged in a way that they will be provided facilities, laboratory equipment, not always monetary sense, but in terms of facilities. So these are the things that I think inculcates a culture of research, doing as well as consuming research in an organization. So I would like to hear what the other members want to say.
Dr. Jayashree, would you like to extend that thought from Dr. Rizwan?
Yes, Dr. Sucharita, thank you. Yeah, I would agree with Dr. Rizwan, but I would also say that I think we've come a long way from what research used to be in private medical colleges or government colleges. They are taking baby steps as of now, but much, much still is left to be done. I have myself worked in a private medical college before joining National Institute of Epidemiology, so I know firsthand the issues that plague, when you are an aspiring researcher and you really want to do that. The first roadblock is money. Who is going to pay for it? And that is the problem everywhere. I mean, we also have to look for funders. I mean, like, we have funding from within, but we also have to look for funding for our projects. So I think that is an important skill that all of us have to learn, not just the budding researchers, even the people who have researched before. We need to understand and gain those skills of applying for fund and receiving funds. That also emphasizes the need to widen your knowledge about what are the opportunities out there. See, looking always up to your institution alone for funding help is not going to take you a long way. You need to be aware of what funding opportunities, and believe me, there are so many opportunities out there. It is just that we are not instantly, aware of all of them. So a young, postgraduates or even other, the MBBS graduates, they can all look out for these options. So I would stress on looking out for opportunities and not putting the complete pressure on the management to fund all your research. We all understand that private institutes work under a lot of different pressures. They have their own recognition that has to be ongoing. There are so many things that are ongoing, and research immediately is not on the, it is not the topmost priority. It is usually a select few members in every institute who are looking to do that, but it has to become a common interest. People can look for funding opportunities and gain necessary skills to apply and receive those grants. I would say that. Yeah.
That is definitely a very good insight. You're kind of complementing Dr. Rizwan's point of view, how we can buffer up one more layer of support in seeking fundings proactively from the researcher's perspective. Now, Dr. Hemant, how would you like to add more layers of insight into this discussion point?
Thank you, Dr. Sucharita. So I would, because this question is directly about academic organization level, I would recommend 2 points. One is, to encourage research at institute level. One can attempt doing a cohort-wise tracking of each research project that is approved and publish it. Publish it at, not just in your web portal, disseminate it, even publish it in research journals as to what happens to research projects that are approved by the ethics committees of my XYZ institute. This brings in some kind of accountability. And and when we measure in the form of outputs, it encourages everyone, right? This is number one. And output not just in the form of publication, if applicable, going one step forward and looking at how many of those researchers have had policy practice impact. Not just, policy practice impact doesn't be a state level, national level impact, even a departmental level impact. If it's an educational research, what impact has it had in the educational techniques or, whatever methodologies are used within a particular department even. That is point number one. Point number two is we need to look inwards at organizational levels. Are we encouraging researchers? I would like to look at the approval mechanisms that are in place at the institute. Which is my reference is with respect to ethics committees. With respect to ethics committees, are we sitting regularly? At frequent intervals? Are we approving ethics? Are we evaluating ourselves as an ethics committee from receipt of an application, ethics application? How much time do we as an ethics committee take to approve proposals? If you are going to take 6 months to approve proposals from receipt of an application to final issue of ethics approval letter, you're killing the research then and there. In 6 months, I work in an operational research setting. If we are going to take 6 months, yes, some may take, but on an average, if you're taking 6 months, we need to look inward. What I would recommend is a lot of research happens using secondary data that is routinely available. And such research should be exempt from a complete ethics review. Again, this is for the ethics committee to take a call. We are no one to dictate what should happen, but there are certain research projects which are exempt from possibly exempt from a complete ethics approval, and the ethics chair has to take the lead to review it at his or her own level and approve them, rather than each and every proposal going to the full committee. I know of some ethics committees which have started this. So these are the two things which we should look at institute level, maybe cohort-wise tracking of all the proposals that get approved. And second, just review our approval mechanisms. Are we encouraging research, or are we delaying the approval processes, which anyway in a way discourages researchers. Thank you very much.
Yeah. That's like an excellent pie of views. I was just wondering, like, if it's a pizza kind of slices you have given me today. All three of you have given me wonderful insights how we can look at it at a top-down approach. If I have to take these slices of information, they are so enriching. So now I would like to invite my in-house experts who are leading exactly the ethics committee and research committee, because Tagore Medical College has two-tier system of research proposal screening and approval mechanisms, which Dr. Hemant just now alluded to. And now I would like to invite Dr. Kannan, who is at the first level of screening committee, that is institutional research committee, to share how we can address some of the issues related to the points raised by Dr. Hemant just now.
Yes, being working in a private medical college, the issue is foremost issue is that our medical colleges are overburdened with a lot of administrative works. So, say even that is not only pertains to the private medical college, even the government medical college. Every year we have inspections, say at least for 4 or 5 departments for PGs and UG altogether. So always the faculties, the management keep themselves busy with these inspections, and also the patients, improving the patient strength in the hospital, patient services, all these things again, the management and the faculty should be concentrating on more. So they may not find time, or they may not be inclined to do a research. So this is what I observe foremost in the many medical colleges, both in the private and government medical colleges. The faculties are more engaged with such works rather than concentrating more on research. And coming to the point of Dr. Hemant, yes, many faculties I have seen, they are very much afraid of facing this research committee and ethics committee. Exclusively because of this, many faculties, they never come into the research at all. So my suggestion, all the faculties should take this as a peer review. Here, the research committee or ethical committee are not in the uh, position to find any fault in your research work. So the research committee is going to take care of the scientific aspects, and we are going to fine tune your research methods. And then it goes to the ethics committee. The ethics committee will throw some light on the ethical issues and make you some corrections. And then finally, you will be permitted to do the research. But many researchers I have seen, they are afraid of facing this research committee and ethics committee. So this fear should come out. And as Dr. Hemant rightly said, there are some projects which deserve for exemptions, not like say the secondary research or the systematic review, the meta-analysis. And also say in microbiology, we people do some research, say based on some plant products like antimicrobial effect of some plant on some bacteria, some fungi. See, all these things never involve any human subject. So these proposals can be straight away, as Dr. Hemant mentioned, it can be the member secretary can directly deal with it and exempt and issue the exemption certificate to these sort of projects, so that the more research projects can be done in the medical colleges. So this is what I strongly feel. But my predominant thing why the people are not doing much research in academic sector, that to the medical colleges, both the private and the government, is the continuous pressure of administrative pressure in the form of hospital and other inspections. So this makes us to get very few time to concentrate on the research.
Thank you, sir, for laying down bare the reality picture of institutions burdened with administrative work and sidelining the research aspects of career. Now, I would like to move on to Dr. Geeta, the ethics chief of our institution. Madam, are you there?
Yes, Dr.
Yes, madam. So you have been listening to this point of views expressed by Dr. Hemant and responded by Dr. Kannan from our institution. Would you like to add in your insights and especially address the ethics committee related points from your point of view, madam?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be part of this panel discussion, especially when we have eminent speakers from ICMR and NIE. And also our research guru is here, Dr. Kannan, who has been guiding us, mentoring us. I have been listening to all the points. Main thing I feel is that when it comes to whether it is a private institute or it's a government institute, it is a responsibility of the institute to create an ambience first, a research ambience in the campus, and also kind of encourage the students. Because I have been a part of the ethics committee. I'm a member secretary for the past 1 year, but I have been part of the ethics committee for quite a long period. One thing I have noticed was, especially when it comes to undergraduates, they finish their school education and they come to medical college, and really it is a scary place for them. But when it comes to research, one thing I have noticed is that there is some kind of an apprehension, the fear of unknown, what they have to do. They have no knowledge, and also they are too shy to approach anyone to talk to them about what exactly they would like to do. So we need to create an ambience first. That is one thing, and also we can create the resources. Research resources should be it should be they should be able to approach it. They should be able to, like for example, the hospital research. If it comes to that, we can digitize the records, yes, and also we can have a lot of programs, small measures, sessions to the first year students in making them understand what is about what is research. First, we should start from there. When it comes to ethics committee, yes, Dr. Hemant, I agree with you that it takes sometimes it takes a lot of time for us to clear proposals before it goes to the ethics committee. Yes, we here in Tagore Medical College, we follow what you told us, that we have different reviews. We try to clear the projects on basis of that, so that it is easier for the researcher to approach the research committee and get their projects cleared. Thank you.
That's wonderful that you do have systems to expedite the steps highlighted by the experts, Dr. Hemant and the team. Now, I thank you for completing the first round with that kind of varied inputs, clearly highlighting diverse topics, and for us to understand that from top level, there are various measures that can be undertaken at the management level holistically to empower this research culture at the institution. And to summarize that, it is more about inculcating the culture and also taking certain proactive steps, both from the institution and researcher as well, seeking funding, not only from the institution, but looking outside, whereas Dr. Rizwan highlighted earmarking specific funds will encourage and incentivizing both the financial and non-financial aspects of research promotion will encourage, as well as Dr. Jayashree mentioning proactively the availability of funds and seeking grant itself being a skill set which has to be emphasized. And Dr. Hemant rightly pointed out the role of committees and tracking the output-based approach to emphasize the accountability of conduct of research and the output and the impact factor in the sense of translation of the research into the immediate application in the departments, in the communities, in the policy level. The first round was an excellent level of intellectual discourse. Now, let me quickly move on to the second question and start with Dr. Jayashree. Madam, to improve the research quality improvement, especially in low and middle income countries, because there is this big divide between global north and global south. The research output is kind of overwhelmingly coming from global north. If you take the research, even in the pandemic times, I have been watching this podcast, which was recent in Apple iTunes kind of thing, which says that during the pandemic time, so much research has been published and 95% of it is from global north, from developed countries. And when you look at that kind of numbers, even today, when we are marching towards 21st century, the research, the burden of research, the potential of conducting research is actually situated in low and middle income countries. The research is emerging from global north, that is from developed world. So my direct question to you is, how can we actually improve the research quality and strengthen the capacities to address this divide, especially focusing on low and middle income countries? Mike, madam.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Sucharita. Yeah. So I would have two suggestions. Maybe there are many, but I would restrict myself to one at the larger and system level, where you look for collaborations, because you rightly pointed out that where there is need for more evidence, not much evidence is generated, because obviously we are grappling with other priorities. We are still not able to have enough doctor population ratio. We are still stuck with delivering services, and somehow from very early in life, even if you take our medical students or us as medical students, research was never a priority, or creating evidence that has somehow not been imparted to the to the students and to the medical fraternity, that could be your major original contribution in you bringing forth new knowledge and creating evidence. So the first suggestion I would have is look for potential collaborations. There are so many opportunities, because what is the major roadblock? One is not having enough research capacity, for which I would say majorly the barriers are falling now with everything available online, most of it open access. So people have to just realize, go out there and equip themselves with the capacity that they require. So that is there. The second roadblock, which is always there, is money. So look for collaboration. So you need not be a master of everything before you set out to research. You need to have the right networks. You need to have the correct connections and identify people who complement your skill set and collaborate effectively. So at the system level, you can look for collaborations with institutions and organizations that offer something to complement your own strengths. At an individual level, we need to look at opportunities to improve our capabilities as researchers. So I would say in low and middle income countries, that is one thing. There are others about, the habit of publishing and all the roadblocks to that. I'm sure other plenary members will be happy to talk about it.
Thank you so much. Let me ask Dr. Rizwan to add his insights to this specific question, how we can improve health research quality in low and middle income countries.
Thank you, Dr. Sucharita. In continuation of what Dr. Jayashree has been telling, in my personal opinion, the major hindrance or the major hurdle to conduct high quality research in academic institutions across low middle income countries, especially India, is the lack of capacity. That students and faculty members who want to conduct research do not have the right skill sets or tools to acquire funding and continue their research, even starting from developing a research proposal, writing to a funding agency, getting the grant, managing the grant, recruiting people, conducting the study in a proper way, and concluding it, and finally publishing it and disseminating it. This particular skill set is a highly specialized skill set, which is not taught in medical curriculums, unfortunately, in our country, and also in most low and middle income countries, because the curriculum is focused on bringing up a clinician, not a researcher. So the terminology that we often see in the Western world is a researcher physician or a researcher clinician or a researcher doctor. So you cannot separate research from a clinician. You cannot separate research from a practicing doctor or a nurse or an allied health professional. So this curricular change of incorporating research into the medical curriculum or allied health science curriculum is a major hindrance. Right now, we are seeing some positive movement in that direction with the National Medical Commission making it mandatory for medical postgraduates to undergo a basic course in biomedical research, which is being delivered by ICMR NIE. So that is one small step in the right direction towards building the research capacities. So as I have been hearing since the morning, Dr. Kannan seems to be the godfather of research in your institution. So how many people will he be able to mentor? How many people can he see on a daily basis? He has his own lab work to do. He has his own research to carry forward. He cannot be the sole point of contact for hundreds of PGs or hundreds of faculty members. So there has to be sharing of experiences, training available to many men, so that many local mentors are available. Imagine if your institution had 50 Dr. Kannans, it will make your life easy, right? So that kind of research capacity building is the need of the hour, and I would say that is the most important in my opinion. I would like to hear from Dr. Hemant what he has to say.
Thank you, Rizwan. Thank you, Jayashree. I know this question on low and middle income countries is a very broad question, and one thing we know that most of the researchers are also based in the global north, and most of the funding is also available in the global north. But the research capacity is poor in global south, and the funding is also not available in global south. That is something which has to be looked at a larger level. But I'll add, some points to what Jayashree and Rizwan made. So one is, to build capacity by getting trained, and here, this is one of the opportunities where we have. I would suggest that these capacity building initiatives that you have should be output based. Now, for example, if you are having a training program on, say, data analysis, give some assignments to the participants And only if they successfully submit those assignments, they should be given the certificates.
Yes.
So that would ensure uptake of skills, and we will be able to measure it. But this is also mentor intensive, because if you have to ask participants to do assignments, who will check whether the assignments are correctly submitted or not? So it's not just, here it is a mentor heavy exercise. So that is something we need to understand, whether we are ready to invest in output-based capacity building initiatives so that there is some measurement of how much skill has been taken up. So this is about, capacity building by getting trained. Second is learning by doing. There is only a certain amount of thing that we can learn through capacity buildings. We can attend hundreds of workshops, but the no-do gap can only be bridged if we do. So, we need to start doing research, and there are two things which, we need to understand. We should shun this attitude that, those who publish don't do work. I have heard this a lot of time. My understanding is to not publish is unethical. So if I have done something, and if I don't share it with the wider research community, wider, implementation community, it is unethical that I'm keeping that knowledge only to myself. So to publish is ethical, and to not publish is unethical. We need to develop that attitude. And second is, everyone may not have all the skills. So we need to develop that attitude of working as a team, being inclusive in nature in any research that we do. So if I have a team of researchers and I set up a team, I may be a top, not be good in, writing a proposal, writing a research paper. Someone else may be good in, analyzing the data. Someone else may be good at, setting up the data collection, data monitoring mechanisms, data management in general. Someone else might be experienced in, submitting papers to journals, responding to reviewers. Some of them may be experts in policy, who are key in policy, and they need to be involved. So it's a team game. So we need to learn to be inclusive, and I work with larger teams, and obviously it's the responsibility of the lead investigator to make sure everyone fulfills the authorship requirements. And when you work as a team, it's also capacity building of a larger team. It's if 3 people do research, 3 people become expert. If 10 people do research, 10 people become expert. So when we do research, it's not just experts doing research. Let us also treat it as an opportunity where the co-investigators or the authors in the research, the relatively less experienced one, are getting trained by doing it. So these are the 3 points. One is whenever we are looking at capacity building initiatives, something like this, and not just now, but in future, try to link it to outputs, but note that it's going to be mentor heavy. Then in addition to capacity building, we need a lot of capacity is built by, doing research. So working in teams and, shunning away this attitude that those who publish, I have heard this, I have personally got this feedback in a lot of interviews. Oh, you're published, so you don't do work. That's the attitude. I would say publish means I worked and I also published my experience. So these are some comments that I would like to add to what Jayashree and Rizwan said. Thank you very much.
Dr. Hemant, that is a very rich tapestry of insights you have shared with us, and I would like to respond here to the first point when you said that output-based mentor or resource-intensive capacity building is the way to go forward, and we are happy that we are exactly doing that, in the sense like we are training that kind of activity only. When we do a training workshop, we immediately give our interns and bridge this with postgraduates, monitoring those activities. We mentor the postgraduates, mentored postgraduates go and monitor the work of interns. So I'm happy that whatever you just said, in our level we are doing it, but going forward we will do it in a more structured way, so that we can document, and as you said, we can also go forward and learn it in a more systematic way. Thank you so much for highlighting that experience as the best way to put forward these kind of capacity building initiatives. Now I would like to invite Dr. Geeta Being the member secretary of the ethics committee and a member of ethics committee for a decade or more in this institution, madam, why did you think a capacity building initiative like this has to be undertaken by Central Research Lab and Department of Pharmacology? What was your thought behind this? Because all the speakers before you have said that how important it is to initiate these capacity strengthening activities, and what is your thought when you initiated this program? And Department of Pharmacology has responded by inviting 70 plus participants from all over India. So what was your basic thought?
Dr. Sucharita, now, as I said, I've been part of the ethics committee, and I come across not only the undergraduates, postgraduates, and faculty proposals. The main thing that I already told that it was lack of first was lack of motivation. They are not able to understand, as I said, that there is an apprehension. So that is one thing I noticed, and also as Dr. Hemant pointed out that a lack of mentorship, somebody to supervise them, somebody to guide them. That was another thing which I found, which was making them not come forward to submit their proposals. This is not only to the undergraduates, this was seen in the postgraduate students also, and also some faculties. They were also busy clinicians. They were not able to take enough time to learn about research. So that was also I noticed. And since our NMC has made it mandatory for everybody to have 2 research papers for promotion, they want to do research just because of promotion. That is one thing, but they still were not coming forward. So the reason why I felt this kind of program should be conducted was to help them in a way to understand it. In undergraduate level, yes, we can have small sessions where we can teach them, as sir said, that we can teach them about ethics. We can teach them about how to analysis data, how to write paper. The same thing can be done for postgraduates. NPTEL has come up with courses like biomedical research for postgraduates, and they also have health research fundamentals for undergraduates. So by encouraging them to join this kind of program, it will help them to not fear research. That is one thing. And we have ICMR itself has STS programs, short-term studentship program. But even if the topic gets selected, they have this apprehension. So I felt by conducting this kind of research methodology program, it would be easy to strengthen their knowledge, and maybe in future they can have research as a career. That would be one of my visions for my students. Thank you.
Wonderful. That would be a great incentive for medical graduates also to think, as earlier one of our speakers was mentioning, that in India we train our medical students to emerge as clinicians or physicians or public health physicians or public health teachers. But unlike in developed world, they are like physician researchers, clinician researchers. Research is never divorced from their career. But now that you are having a vision that our students can also consider seriously being researcher as a clinical part of their training and going forward as a career option, that should be clearly focused in our trainings. Now, coming to the third round, that could be the final round given the time. It's almost 10:40. Now, this is a very important topic, at least personally for me. Looking at the data again emerging from the global literature, as well as in the wake of the pandemic, a lot of research has been published again, but 90% of it is from male researchers. That is what data speaks. Because of the pandemic, to comply with the lockdown and school dropouts, caring responsibilities at home, majority of the women scientists, women researchers, women academicians have been homebound with additional responsibilities, and their research has taken a backstage. This is what research says, data speaks. So my question in this round is, what specific gender measures can be undertaken to address inequalities in health research capacities? So I would like the speakers to consider these 2 questions, and they can opt to answer in any of these areas. What are the specific measures that can be taken at institutional level to promote women scientists and women research? And at training level, at undergraduate training level, what other measures can be taken to promote research, especially among women students? So speakers and scientists, you can opt like what question you want to address in specific, in detail. The choice is yours. Gender measures to promote research and bridge the health inequalities.
Hi, Dr. Jayashree, can I go first?
Yep.
So if you see the panel today, we are evenly split, 50%, which is a rare event. Which is a rare event in
Sir wanted to avoid a manel.
which is a rare event. Even in our own institution, if you compare the ratio of male to female researchers in higher grades, or you will definitely find a gender imbalance. And I agree with you completely. It is pervasive. It is everywhere. It is there to see in plain sight for everyone. In India, at least, we have that strong gender roles being emphasized time and again at home, at workplace, outside, inside, public place, private place. Everywhere, the gender role is being emphasized and enforced, unlike any other role. A few things that I think that can go a long way in ensuring equal gender participation in health researchers, identifying women researchers at a very young age, as you rightly pointed out, starting from the undergraduate level and the postgraduate level, trying to keep them motivated throughout their life that research is a possible and a very good career choice for you. And also workplace settings has to be friendly to both the genders, not only male or female. For example, that could be a crush where children are, where new mothers or new fathers can leave their children and have a peace of mind at their workplace. Awards can be given specifically to promote women who excel in research. For example, the Department of Science and Technology and even the Department of Health Research give out fellowships and scholarships for women scientists. Even internationally also, women scientists are encouraged. But the problem is there are not many takers. If you send out an application, invite an application for women scholars to apply, you won't get many applicants. The problem is they are bogged down by so many other so-called societal responsibilities that they do not see themselves as completing one of these grants. So I think everyone has to put their foot forward and try to change this balance towards gender equality and equity. And I think I should stop speaking here and let Dr. Jayashree take over. You have the rest of the time. I have taken for Dr. Hemant as well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Rizwan, and thank you, Dr. Sucharita. Yeah. So these gender stereotypes are here to stay for a while. And I would say the first step is make peace with them, have reasonable, achievable targets or improvements that you can foresee in a while. A small step, like what he said, you could have scholarships for females, though I personally am not for something like that. But yes, that could be something. You could have research projects have a gender specific agenda within every research proposal. You know, how that particular research question, how are you foreseeing yourself? How do you foresee the evidence that you generate panning out, equanimously or equitably across genders? So I would like every research project to have that first. And yes, so like you said in the beginning, most workplaces, most academic or hospitals or these places are all more business-like, and I see research on gender at gender for gender equity in academia and research asking for warmer workplaces which are more family friendly, male or female. You need to go back to your family that is taking up 50% of your headspace. So you need to have a workplace that is accommodative. But we are so caught up in a culture where we are immediately listing how people are going to cheat around that allowance and how they're going to be misusing that. We need a little more trust on each other, and make workplaces, work policies, the language that we use at work, all of it, more gender neutral. And that these are small things that we can start with. Again, I said research projects can have a gender specific agenda within them. And it is a known fact that most decision making powers, more positions, most positions involving financial decisions, especially, are held by males. You can see females traditionally choosing certain, career paths, okay, which they foresee themselves, as foresee as more family friendly or more, not so demanding from them. So that is the that is something that is conditioned, that we grow up conditioned with. So we need to throw it out open for everyone. Every discipline, everything should be as welcoming to females as it is to any other gender. So I would like every institution to have a document that that sees how gender is represented at different levels of employment within their own institute, whether it is at the topmost levels, whether it is at any level, any decision making level or a service level. We need to know how gender representation is cutting across all through these levels. That will give us an idea about where we stand, and then we can take our baby steps towards each of to getting there. But I would say for whoever the females there in the panel, some of you have seen more of this life than I have. Some of you are just starting out. So this is here to stay for a while. So, make your contribution. Don't get bogged down by it. Even if you make a simple contribution that makes it better for the next female who's going to walk the same path, it is a very worthy contribution. It may be small, and you are not going to have great, big, table turning results overnight. So make a small contribution, make it slightly easier for the next female walking your path. I think then you would have done your due.
That's wonderful. They need to be looking at someone there already so that they don't feel lonely. Yeah. Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Dr. Hemant's insights, sir, how we can try to bridge this inequalities in health research related to gender.
I'll just add one practical point, is that in all the applications that you receive for any research training, make sure that 50% of them are women. At least it should be proportional to the number of applicants. So if there are 30% women applicants, at least 30% should be selected. But despite that, try to aim for a 50-50 balance. Analyze your research proposals that are submitted. Research papers, how many lead authors are women faculty, how many senior investigators or authors are women, how many second authors are women, and share this information. So that we know where we are, and all of us should achieve 50% at least in this. This is one way to encourage. So in all the capacity building initiatives, we need to make sure that gender equity is taken care of, and keep measuring in your proposals that you receive and the outputs of your institute, what is the contribution and whether gender equity is being maintained. Because only if we measure, we are going to act on it. If not, if you don't measure, we are not going to act on it, right? So this thing may be, actively tried at an institute level. Over. Thank you.
Wonderful, sir. The measurement and enactment of these 50% specific numbers intake and these things look like very practical and applicable at immediate level. Now I would like to invite Dr. Kannan. Sir, what are your thoughts? Because every day, as earlier Dr. Rizwan highlighted your role in our institution, you see a lot of researchers approaching you, and you see majority of them could be women scientists and women researchers. So going forward, how can we empower more number of women researchers, uptake of research as a career as well as a choice of career, not rather as a burden or for promotion as itself, and how we can bridge this gap proactively with the measures highlighted by all the speakers, because they look like a very comprehensive checklist of items which we can implement going forward as a institutional policy.
As you said correctly, in my experience, I have seen a lot of the women researchers there rather than the men. And also, in general, many papers published from our colleges mainly from women researchers. But on whole, as you said, globally, there is some gender difference. Women research output is comparatively less than male. What I also suggest is that there should be a lot of women's quota in approving the research proposal. Say in DPT and DST, I could able to see some research proposals that is exclusively for the women researchers. So likewise, in state level, we have to bring a lot of fundings exclusively for the women researchers. So that is the one thing what I want to suggest. So this is the main hurdle what I see. Apart from that family friend and other things, the women researchers can be encouraged by the way of providing separate funding, not only in the center level but also in the state level. They have to be funded. So some women, separate women in the name of women, we have to give them the research fund. That is very important. And number two, some flexible timings. They should be exempted from other academic activities, not fully exempting the workload. The academic workload can be reduced in the college and give them more research activities. So that can also be done. So these two I feel can improve the research on whole. And just I went through the Nobel laureates, Nobel Prize winners in the field of research. Just now I opened and saw. Mostly predominated by predominantly the men are in the list. Only very few countable women are there in the list. So I don't know really where they lack. So only the
committee is lacking the sensibility of identifying the potential of women researchers.
The graph I saw, the men is tall, the graph, the bar diagram, the women is very small and the men is very tall. So I think they have to do research in such a way that it is very important in the public health. Public health oriented researchers should be taken by the women researchers. Probably they are taking a very easy to do research work. So because of the other commitments, they are taking some easy going research works that may not make an impact in the public health. So that may be the another reason. That's what I think.
Yes, sir.
May I, Dr. Sucharita?
Is it Dr. Geeta?
Dr. Jayashree.
Oh, yes, please, madam.
Yeah, I just have a point. See, we are dealing with what's been there for decades and centuries. It's not like women were not allowed into medical schools. They were not allowed to take up surgery. They were not allowed to publish. They were not allowed to. They were not allowed to vote until the movement. So. I think we are dealing with a backlog of all of it. So we need to take it at a pace, in a pace that it is doable, but it would need something to be done every day. Every day, every effort has to consciously include that we are gender sensitive, and we do not need them to take up research as a career or an easier choice of career, each one unto his own. That choice needs to be gender neutral. That choice need not be dictated by their gender is what we are trying to head at. Yeah.
Yes. Your point is well taken, madam. And finally, I would like to invite Dr. Geeta to give the final words on this particular round of question, because it is talking about gender, and madam is in a very good leadership position as ethics chief in the institution. Madam, what are your final thoughts related to this question called specific gender measures to promote research and also address inequalities?
I'm happy to say actually when it comes to proposal submission, it is our students, girl students more, and coming to whether postgraduate, undergraduate or faculties, it is women more submission from them. And also I think we have a role model here, Dr. Sucharita herself, who has achieved so much. You can see behind all those certificates, they are Dr. Sucharita's achievements in various fields. Every day we get to know. So I think she being a role model, we don't have to, every institute should have a policy for encouraging women scientists. But here in Tagore Medical College, when we have role models like Dr. Sucharita, I think that itself makes the students to, encourages the students to do more research projects. So that's I'm happy to say that in Tagore at least we have this. Thank you.
Thank you for those kind words. But circling back to the real question in this round, all the speakers and in-house experts have unequivocally admitted that a centuries-old bias has been there, and we need to take everyday steps and measures to concretely uproot it from the ground level. And it is essential to set the tone at the institutional level by formulating policies, taking specific measures, as speakers have highlighted. Applications have to be taken in when courses or research proposals are being considered, as well as setting some kind of awards and incentives to promote research considerations. All these steps, as Dr. Jayashree has mentioned, everyday actions matter. Our actions only speak louder than our words and policies on paper. I totally agree that. And with this, taking into consideration the valuable time from other esteemed speakers at National Institute of Epidemiology, I would not like to hold you back, all the esteemed speakers and guests. So thank you so much for your valuable thoughts shared in this plenary session titled Improving Future Health Research Bench Strength. And we all agreed that collaborations are important for improving the capacities, and sharing knowledge is important, knowledge transition, seeking out opportunities is part of research. As researcher, we need to look out, seek out, ask for help if required. And we have experts within the same city. Now we have them on our platform. So we will approach them for any future support and guidance. Thank you, Dr. Rizwan, Dr. Jayashree, and Dr. Hemant. We will look forward for your independent sessions in the later part of the program. Thank you once again. And I thank Dr. Geeta and Dr. Kannan sir for being leadership beacons in this institution and holding us all responsible for our responsible research conduct in this institution. I'll see you all once again after a short break around 11:15. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Sucharita. Thank you so much. I think I speak for all of us that we feel extremely honored, and we feel very comfortable talking to you. And I hope the participants were able to understand and grasp what we were trying to talk about, and how to establish research and research capacities and promote research in a gender equitable way. I thank you all for the opportunity, and I think all of us will meet you again one by one for the lectures in the afternoon. Thank you so much, Dr. Sucharita,
Yes,
Dr. Kannan.
yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I'll open an email and you can send it to your Gmail. Oh, it's not my laptop. You can open your own. Oh, okay. Can you mute it there? Mute it on the no, it's not. I will do it.
இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் கமாண்டிங்கா இருக்கும் அப்படின்னா
படிச்சது எல்லாம் வளர்ந்ததெல்லாம் எல்லாருமா நல்லா படிங்க.
Welcome back. I hope all of you had a short tea break after the intellectually stimulating plenary session with our ICMR NIE speakers. Now we will move on to the next featured section in the agenda, Introduction to Biomedical Research by Dr. Kannan. Sir doesn't need any introduction, but still he's officer in charge of Central Research Lab, associate professor in the Department of Microbiology. Other than this, sir is also heading the Institutional Research Committee in Tagore Medical College and Hospital, as well as the member of Institutional Ethics Committee. Sir also is the member in Research Committee and Ethics Committee of Tagore Dental College and Hospital, and also PhD guide for scores of students across Tamil Nadu as well as India. So without much further delay, I invite my guide and mentor, Dr. Kannan, to speak to the participants enrolled in today's training program on the session, Introduction to Biomedical Research. Sir.
I'll share the screen now.
Yes, sir.
Hope I think all can see the screen. My slide.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So very good morning and welcome you back. So I'm going to start the first session of the lecture, the introduction to biomedical research. Okay. So why to do research? This is what runs in many people, young people who enter into the medical fraternity as the APs, JRs. So they ask why I should do research. It's an academic institution wherein I have come to teach, and also the teaching hospital wherein I have to teach the students about the clinical materials. But why I should do a research? So this is the question what normally they raise. Probably this may be one reason why the number of researchers are quite less in medical colleges. So we should address this question first before starting the lecture. So why should I do research? See, if you take researchers, quite a few or quite a many in some places, it may be because of the passion, the internal drive, the passion to do research, the interest by which they take up the research. And most of the times, especially in medical colleges, it is because of the external drive, like degree. Say, for example, the PG degree. You want to do a PG and you want to get the degree. So it is mandatory that you have to do the research and you have to produce your thesis. And for promotion, I think you all know the promotion norms in various medical colleges, and not only in medical colleges, throughout India, the promotions are mainly based on the number of publications. And peer pressure, say your head of the department, your dean, principal, may give pressure to do the research in the department. Maybe they will ask you to do some 2 or 3 research papers per year. So this peer pressure also may be one reason for doing the research. And this is for the academic sector, but non-academic sector, if you take, see, most of the people, they do research as a profession. Say pharmaceutical companies, the R&Ds in pharmaceutical companies, the startup companies, they all do the research as a profession. So the research is mandatory in all academic institutions. So this is what first I want to put. So our college or any other medical college, that doesn't matter, is affiliated to one or other university, and we all think that we have to follow the norms of university and the NMC. But you should understand about this, we have an apex body called as University Grants Commission. So finally, you are supposed to follow the norms of the University Grants Commission, because our universities all come under this University Grants Commission, the UGC. So the UGC has laid down that teaching is not the only aspect that we should do in an academic institution. Research is also mandatory, and this is going to come in near future. Okay, so if you take in India, say all the deemed to be universities, so they all have the concept of publish or perish. So when you enter into the deemed university, the medical colleges under the deemed universities, it is mandatory. You cannot survive without publications. Why? Because they cannot survive without publication. The deemed university status, every time, every 5 years, it is renewed. So they put a lot of pressure to the faculties to do research and publish papers. So whenever you enter into the deemed university, in medical college or dental college or any other allied health sciences, it is
Sir, not audible, sir.
not audible now. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, it is audible for us in the lab.
Okay. So maybe some internet issue with some people. Okay. So this is the evolution of academia, what is going on in many countries. So long before we had a situation that we have to publish. So we can publish, we may not be to a publication at all. But a scenario changed slowly because of the want of research. So the scenario of publish or perish came, and then the publishing in a high impact journal that was started to be enforced, and many places, so many countries, especially the developed countries, you have publish in high impact journals or perish. And now quite a few countries now publish frequently in high impact journals, and maybe you won't perish. So this is the scenario now. Fortunately, in India, we haven't come to that extent. So we have either publish or perish. But definitely in another few years, so we are also going to face the final stage. Say one of my friend working in US is an associate professor in an university in some department related to the clinical research. He gets his salary from the funding of his research proposal, not from the government treasury at all. So if he wants to get salary every month, he has to get new projects then and there. So every 2 years, 3 years, he has to get the projects to get his salary. So these people are now forced to publish frequently in high impact journals, and may not publish. So the research has become compulsory.
நைட் வராங்களே அவங்க வந்து பயோமெட்ரிக் பண்ணணுமா?
இல்ல அவருக்கு வரல
சார். இல்ல
அவங்க இப்போதைக்கு இவங்க மட்டும் தான் பர்மனண்டா போட்டுது.
ஆடியன்ஸ் கைண்ட்லி மியூட்.
ಇವಾಗ
ಅಟೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್
ಇನ್ನಿಬ್ಬರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಆಯ್ತಾ. ಇವಾಗ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಸರ್ ಬಂದು ಅವ್ರ ಇಂಟರ್ವ್ಯೂ ತಗೊಂಡು ಅವ್ರ ಸೆಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರು CMO ತರ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಪರ್ಮನೆಂಟ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಆಫ್ ಚಾಮುಂಡೇಶ್ವರಿ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರ ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿವಸ
Okay, sorry for the disturbance. So we'll continue with the lecture. Okay, so the importance of medical research. So very simple, the research is the backbone of the progress in medicine. You would have seen in this pandemic, it is the research which helped us to come out with this adverse circumstances. Now, you know, there is no lockdown. We all freely move around. It's all because of the various diagnostic tests that has come out because of the research, and also the various vaccines. Now, almost all of them have taken are fully vaccinated. So we could able to freely move now. So almost we feel that we have conquered the pandemic, and it's all because of this research in the field of medicine. It's not only that, anything in the medicine, whatever we people study in the medicine, it's all because of the research. So nothing has come automatically. Everything is because of research. Whatever you study, whatever interventions you do in the patients, it's all because of the outcome of research. Okay, now I'm coming to the very important point, the research waste. See, So this is one of the important issue raised in 2014 by the Lancet. So they have estimated around 85% of the research is wasted. Even though it is published, maybe poorly reported. See, if you take ultimately only 50% of the research has entered into the public health sector. So otherwise, 85% of the research has gone or drained out waste. So this is simply wastage of the time of the researcher and also wastage of the fundings from the various government agencies and private sectors. So this throughout my presentation, I am going to talk how successfully we can bring out the research. So what are all the researchers should do? So those things I'll discuss. So this is the Lancet in 2014, if you see. So they have 2014, they brought a series of various articles. So how to increase the value and reducing the waste. So with the different ideas. So some around 6 or 7 articles came in Lancet, how we can able to produce a successful research without any waste. So to get into this, so let us see some basics, types of research. I'm not going to discuss about the different types of research methods. So like qualitative, quantitative, observational, or cross-sectional. No, I'm not going to talk about those things. So I'm going to talk only about the different types of research one can do. So basically, if you see, there are 2 types of research, primary and secondary research. So primary research is a type of research that requires the researcher to participate directly. So the researcher will participate directly. He will raise an hypothesis and then he will do the collection of data, and then he will analyze it, and he will finally publish the data. And this is the primary research. As far as the secondary research is concerned, it is nothing but the researcher will take the already existing data and he will carry out a systematic investigation. Okay, this is what we were talking in the plenary session. Okay, so this type of research, where the researcher will be the absolute ownership of the data. So anything related to the data, it is the researcher who will be will take the responsibility of it. And the primary research, of course, you all know it is expensive, time consuming, and it usually requires a lot of skilled resources that may not be readily available. That's the reason, one of the reason why the bench strength of the research is quite less in many medical colleges, of course. So the researchers, so in this particular research, the researcher can fully account for the authenticity of the data because he is the active participant in the data collection process. But so this is the example of primary research. There are so many examples. Just I want to put one. Whereas the secondary research, there is no control over the data by the researcher. Whatever data is available, that we are going to derive, right? So then that only we are going to process. So there is no control over the data. But the advantage is it is less expensive and time efficient. I can just sit in my table. You know very well, now we have a lot of facilities to get the data of various literature online. So we can just sit of our convenience, and then we can collect the data. Then we can do a systematic analysis of these data. So only drawback is the authenticity of the data. So authenticity of the data is missing here. You may not know whether the data is authentic. So we'll just go or get carried away by the data what is presented in the article. So this is one of the example of a secondary research, a systematic review and meta-analysis of clinical characteristics, risk factors, and outcome of the COVID-19. Okay, so this is these people have collected the data worldwide, and they have done a systematic analysis of the various data, and also done a meta-analysis of these data. So what way the secondary research can help? So this will help us to identify what are all the research is going around the world, but not only so, but we have to also understand that this systematic review will help us to find the lacunae in the research so far in that particular area. This will help the other researchers to conduct the primary research in the lacunae to fill that gap. Okay, so this systematic review and meta-analysis should not be underrated, even though it is done in your own convenience with cost effectiveness, but still a very good systematic review and meta-analysis will give you the gaps that is present in a particular field of research. So in future, the other researchers can take up the researchers that can fill these gaps. Okay. Again, if you take the research, we have two broad classification. It is a basic science research and clinical research. See, basic science research is normally done in laboratory, mostly in vitro techniques. Sometimes it may be also done in tissue cultures, cell cultures. So sometimes this basic science we classify as basic science and applied research. So basic science done in lab and applied science done with the help of tissue or cell cultures. So most of the people, researchers in medical colleges, we used to take basic science research. And when you take the clinical research on the other side, it is a research done in human participants. So here also, when we say clinical research, mostly it pertains to the clinical trials. Okay, so we do a lot of cross-sectional studies, observational studies. Very rarely we do clinical trials, but most of the times the clinical research means the clinical trials. You do the research, the experiment with the human participants. So what actually done is the translational research. So I choose a basic science research. In what context I should take? Why the 85% failure? Because most of the times we take basic science research without analyzing whether it can be translated. So this is where, so what is translation? It is bench to bedside. So your basic science research should be translated into a clinical research. Okay. So if your research is not going to do, your outcome of your basic research is not going to be translated, it cannot be translated, it's very difficult to translate, then your work is a failure, your research work. So whenever you select a research topic, whenever you start with a research question, your hypothesis, just make yourself review whether this can be translated. Okay. So the translational research refers to the translation of basic research findings to the clinical level. Okay. So this is where we miss the trick. We select a lot of topics which may look very good. Even we can able to publish it in a very good high impact journal, but your research may not reach the public health sector because it cannot be translated. So you should know the translational research, how it is done. Then you can able to find out whether your basic research can be taken forward from bench to bedside. So it's very important. Okay. So whether basic findings in the cells and animals can apply to humans. So whenever you do a basic science research, see to that it can be translated into a further research. Okay. So this is the cycle which you have to put and work out when you even select a basic research, whether it can be translated to clinical research and whether it can finally go into the patients. Okay, so there are different levels of translations. Okay, there are different levels of translations. You find it's a very interesting slide I went through. We were talking about the bedside to bench to bedside. Sometimes it happens reverse also. The patient comes to the hospital and you may be doing some clinical research, but after doing a clinical research, you will get some idea that you will carry over to the bedside. The bedside research. So you'll carry out, you will get one hypothesis after seeing the patient, after diagnosing the patient. You will get some research questions. So you will take it to the basic science research, and then again you will come back to the patient. Okay, so both the things can happen. Either it can be a bench to bedside or bedside to bench. So on whole, whatever research you take, you should see to that possibility of taking forward your research. Okay, this is one of the typical example of a drug research. Okay, so developing a drug starts from the basic research. So I will do a lot of in vitro tests, then I will test my drug candidate into the animal tissue culture. So I will acquire the knowledge and I will identify the candidate drugs. This is a basic science research. Then you'll go for the so-called proof of concept. So you'll develop a proof of concept for the drug candidate, how it can able to cure a particular disease. So I will develop a proof of concept and put forth it. So these are all the translational process. So then I will go into the medicinal chemistry. I will look into the drug structure in deep, and I will just bring out the drug. So whatever drug, what is done in the basic science research will be in papers. So now we will bring it as a product, okay, as a provisional product. Then you will start to perform the clinical trial. So you will translate this to a clinical trial, and then the clinical trial will be translated to the industry partnerships. So it will finally reach the public, okay, the markets. Okay, so this is what happens. So one of the typical example how the research, the basic research can be translated in each and every level. So when you do a basic research, see to that your topic, whatever you select, whatever your research question is, can be translated into the various steps. Otherwise, your research is going to be a waste. Okay, so this is what will tell you the different levels of translations. So once the basic research is over, then you'll go into the clinical efficacy of the research. Then your translation will be going to the patient, then to the practice, then finally to the entire population of the study. Okay, so the implementation research. So this is one of the important translational research from the patient to the public. So this is very, very important. So implementation research is a very specialized area, because we implement everything in a small setup, even for the patient in a small setup in a hospital. But when you go into the community level, especially in the rural areas, the difficulties what the doctors face, that the patients, the low economic status patients. So implementing the final product, it takes a lot of research among these group of people, and finally you have to frame a strategy how these new product can reach the nook and corner of the rural area and the low income group people. So this is what the implementation research. So when you start a research, even you have to go to the level of thinking how the implementation research can be done with your product. Okay, so where can I find? So this is one of the excellent practical guide by WHO. They have given implementation for research in health, a practical guide. So here they have given in their foreword that despite abundant evidence of the efficacy of life-saving interventions, there is little understanding of how to deliver those interventions effectively. Okay, so this is a foreword, and they have given a small introduction, and just they have given a very brief definition of implementary research, that is the scientific inquiry into the questions concerning implementation. So you have to develop a lot of questions yourself, and you have to solve those questions and see to research. Say, for example, I want to do a genetic study in the vaccine breakthrough research. Okay. Okay, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible, but we request some of the participants who recently logged in to mute themselves.
Okay. Okay, so some disturbance is there. So I request the audience kindly mute. Okay, I'll go ahead with the presentation. So the exploratory research is the one which is done before confirming your hypothesis. Say, as I gave the example, I want to check the genetic mutations in the vaccine breakthrough infections, say in the paramedical people. Okay, first of all, I should know whether there is a vaccine breakthrough infections in them or not. Otherwise, my hypothesis will fail. So what best I can do is I can do small exploratory research and find out whether there are vaccine breakthrough research in paramedical people in my community. Okay, so this is called as exploratory research. sometimes you have to do it. Otherwise, your research will become. So my hypothesis will become null and void if I don't find any vaccine breakthrough research in my community. So do a small breakthrough research.
9 to 9:45, 12 to 12:45.
That's why sir should give 4 posting points. After first session, you take one.
Okay, so these are all some of the examples of the exploratory research. Say they have done exploratory research to find out how the admissions in the medication related harm, whether it is documented within the patients in the medical records. So it's an exploratory research, exploratory study of global intent to accept COVID-19 vaccination. So these are all some of the, see, before going into any study on vaccination, I should know first the acceptance. So they are going for exploratory study. Okay, so all this time, especially in plenary section, we are discussing about how to go about the research. So to become a researcher, as I told in my inaugural address, you need skill sets, not just skill sets. So you need a lot of skill sets. Okay, I'll just this one slide will help you to identify. So these are all the areas where will be involved in the research. So you'll develop a research idea, then we'll go for the literature search, then we'll formulate the hypothesis, we'll plan, do a small pilot study if needed, then we'll implement our research, collect the data, then we'll analyze, report, and finally we'll publish it or present it in a conference. So each and every category, you need a different type of skill set. So that's what I was talking in my inaugural address. So it is not just a small single skill what you need to do research. You have to develop your skill in different areas by different ways. So for research idea, say you need some creative thinking and reading of the literature constantly in a regular basis of your area of interest. So you constantly read some literature. So you will be very thorough with what is going around you in that particular area. So it will help you to create some research idea, the research question. So you can extend your research question idea further by doing a literature search. For that, you should know how to use the databases. So today in our lectures, we are going to see how to retrieve the data from the various databases. We are going to see how research questions can be developed. Then the protocol writing. So totally a different type of skill. Okay, so a different type of skill. How you can develop. So attend workshops, do a lot of practice. You write protocols on your own. Don't depend on other colleagues, your peers. Just try to write protocol. Show it to your mentor. Ask where you are all doing mistake. That way you can slowly develop your protocol writing skills. Then the next one is the data collection tools. Okay, when you go into the original field research, so you have to know how to collect the data. So you'll be very familiar. You should be very familiar with these tools. Say after collecting the data, processing the data, medical statistics. So I'm not a statistician. Why I should know statistics? This is what many people ask me. So, but at least you should know some basic statistics. You should know whether the collected data, whether it is correct, whether it is organized properly before going into a medical statistician. Okay, many times the statistician will ask you what I should do with this data. So at least you should be thorough with that level about the statistics. Then scientific writing, it's a very important aspect. Again, a lot of workshops are conducted. A lot of books are there on scientific writing. So you can either attend the workshops, go through the books and find out how the scientific writing can be done. Then the publication, especially the presenting in a conference. So you have to develop the presentation skill, the communication skills. So it's very important. So these are all the skill sets that you have to develop if you think you want to become a good researcher. Okay, so this is where you have to concentrate on more, right? So just by getting into the research, you cannot do research. Develop the skill set. Okay, so good reporting of the health research is very, very important. Okay, so you should know how to write the various research articles. So my suggestion, you can go to some websites like Equator Network, wherein they have given the guidelines. So we have international guidelines for writing your research article. Say, for example, you want to write a research article. Your research is based on observational study. That is called so-called STROBE. if you want to do a systematic review and you want to present it as a paper, you go to Prisma and find out what are all the checklists, how your paper should appear. Then only you can successfully publish the paper. Say, for example, I give the example of the STROBE. STROBE is nothing but an acronym of strengthening the reporting of observational studies in epidemiology. Okay, so the STROBE has given a universal standard. So not only observational studies, but also other studies also they have included, like cohort observational studies, cross-sectional observational studies, many observational studies, different types, they are given the checklist. So what all you have to do, write the paper, research article, then go into the checklist. Say I have done a cross-sectional study. This is the STROBE checklist of the cross-sectional study. Okay, so here I can find each and every headings, what are all the things you should have in the write-up. So this is what you have to go through, and you have to put a tick mark. So take a printout. So this is a part of the PDF file. You can take a printout of this. Then you keep your paper aside and put the tick mark. Okay, I have written this. I have put this inside the paper. So you just put the tick mark and go ahead with your paper. Anything is lacking, you just include it in your paper and then put the tick mark. So entire document, it should be ticked. So it should be, so all these parameters should be included in your paper as far as the cross-sectional study is concerned. It's a universally accepted checklist. Okay, if you do so, you can present your paper and your research will be successful. Okay, so this is what I want to emphasize. And finally, before concluding, you should understand there are 3 levels of review to start a health research. I have seen in some medical colleges, there is no scientific committee, there is no ethical committee. They simply do the research and publish papers. So this is not correct. So if you have committees in your college, at least you should have an ethical committee, and see to that the ethical committee is registered both in DHR and DCGA. Okay, it's very important. Otherwise, the ethics committee is not valid. Okay, whatever ethical clearance they give, it cannot be taken as a ethically cleared, because the ethical committee itself is not approved. So see to that the ethical committee is approved, and it's better always, my suggestion, keep a scientific committee. Initially, all the projects can be brought into the scientific committee, it can be reviewed, and then it can be taken to the ethical review. And don't forget, there are a lot of regulatory reviews. Say, for example, you are doing with the stem cells research, you are doing a stem cell research. Don't forget, there are some regulatory bodies. You have to clear those regulatory reviews. Okay, and also when you do a clinical trial, you are receiving a foreign funding, then the sample is coming from abroad, then your intellectual property, who is going to claim the intellectual property, all these things should go into the regulatory reviews to the appropriate body. So better all of you just have the booklet of ICMR. ICMR is having a booklet regarding the health research, biomedical health research. So all researchers should have this in their hand as a Bible, right? So it is very, very important. All the departments, research labs should have this ICMR booklet, and we have to suppose follow all the ICMR guidelines before doing any research in the biomedical area. Okay, so what I do if I don't want to go into the ethical review and ethical get the ethical clearance? Yes, it is warranted for jail. You can be brought under the judicial custody. So don't take it for granted. All these ethical reviews, everything has to be done mandatorily. Even if it is a small work, say secondary research, apply to the ethical committee, get the letter stating that it is exempted from the ethical committee review. So this is quite mandatory in India. So whenever you do a research, see to that it is cleared by the ethical committee. Okay, so before winding up, I want to show the final slide. Many people in the medical fraternity, they publish the papers in journals, the so-called predatory or dubious journals. So please avoid this. Please avoid this. You can go to the UGC CARE website, wherein you can find the list of journals that are the one in which we have to publish. So clearly, the UGC had given a circular. Any publication in predatory and dubious journals, etc., etc., should not be considered for academic credit for selection, promotion, anything. Even when the NAC inspection comes, they will never consider these publications. They will only ask you to show the publications from the UGC care list journals. Even NMC, now they have changed, you know very well, the new norms are going to be implemented, wherein you can publish papers only in Scopus, PubMed or Science Citation Index journals. So be aware of it. In future, we cannot publish any articles in these predatory journals. Okay, there are a lot of notice. Okay, so please, accordingly, you select the journal and publish. So thank you for giving this opportunity to deliver this lecture. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Please stay in the video format. We have got some questions to interact with you. It was a wonderful session taking us through the entire scenario of the various dimensions of biomedical research, because most of us are aware of primary and secondary research. Starting with, you have highlighted what is the distinction between primary and secondary research. And most of my postgraduates in my department of community medicine are submitting proposals, reviewing the data set retrospectively, doing case reviews of COVID data and all that. Can you just help me understand, when they undertake such COVID data set related data, what is the ethics framework they have to adhere to? Because it's a data set riddled with so many data gaps, right? Because
okay, so it's a retrospective data, right?
Yes, sir. Secondary data, as you alluded to in your slides, primary data, where they are involved in collecting the data, designing a questionnaire themselves. But here there is an ICMR questionnaire to collect COVID.
I won't retrospective study. I won't classify as a secondary research.
Okay.
Again, you are the one who is going to collect the data. So it is a primary research. So you have to follow all the norms.
Okay.
Right from the sample size to the ethical clearance, it has to be done. Even in retrospective data, you have to get the patient's consent. So you have to get the patient's consent. That is mandatory, even if it is a retrospective data. So everything goes like a prospective study only, even in the case of retrospective study. So this is one of the important things, because many people think like the systematic review and meta-analysis, they can do the study without any ethical clearance. No, even retrospective study has to be done as that of the prospective study.
Okay, I just want to come back to you and connect with that point when you said, like, suppose one study comes to my memory immediately. A study proposes to review the data in the May 2021, June 2021, May and June. Okay, 2 months of patients admitted in one tertiary setup. They want to analyze their data. The records are there, the patient case sheets are there. The research proposes that they want to analyze those data and see the association of one exposure to the outcome. Now when is it qualified as retrospective data?
Yes, of course.
Okay, it is a retrospective analysis, right?
Yes.
Now, based on that case sheet information, you want us to contact and get the informed consent of the patient to be involved.
See, there are two ways you can do. You can plan out while in the prospective manner itself. You can plan out whenever a patient comes. You can get an informed consent stating that their samples can be used, or that they can be used for the future research studies.
So there is no sample collection here. They are going to...
Okay, data, whatever data you are going to collect. Even you would have collected samples. Say we have a lot of samples.
No. This study is talking about
purely data. Okay.
The information which is captured in the case sheet.
Yes,
the researcher wants. That is my point. The researcher wants to capture.
I hope Dr. Geeta will throw some light on it if she is on the.
So my question is, it's secondary data. If you are only taking the case.
No, it is not secondary. We call this as historical research.
Okay.
It's a type of primary research only.
So you will sit in your desk, take 100 case sheets, May and June 100 case sheets. Whatever data variables are in that case sheet, you create your own date sheet and want to analyze that. There is no patient you are coming in contact with. So can you explain how to go about this?
So again, you have to apply to the scientific committee. If it is there, then you have to apply to the ethical committee. Probably you can ask for the exemption. You are going to collect only the data from their case sheets. You can ask an exemption, but probably the informed consent you should have got previously from them, that their source of data can be used for any research study.
If that is not there, how to get the consent
Then
now?
no other go, you have to contact the patients to the records and you have to get the consent.
If you are unable to contact, you have to omit those cases.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
That was
yes,
my.
it is a primary research. We call it as historical research. And the drawback is sometimes there may be lot of data missing.
Yes, gaps.
In different gaps will be there. So historical research is not advisable.
Exactly.
It doesn't have the power of the study.
Because the biases will be introduced.
Yes.
Confounding
A
results.
lot of confounding factors that may be missed in the data sheet. So historical research is not much advised. So when it goes for a publication, not much weightage will be given by the peer reviewers.
Thank you, sir. That is really helpful for me to understand. And one more question.
I can be able to see some question in the chat box. I'll reply to that. Then I'll come back to your question. So they want to know how to find out. I'll share the screen again to show how to find out the impact factor.
Yes, sir.
Because there are so many journals, they are projecting fake impact factors. So we'll see how, just for 2-3 minutes.
Please, sir, please.
I'll just share that slide. Actually, because of time constraint, I couldn't able to proceed further. Okay, so when you want to know about the impact factor of a journal, so first you get the username and password from the Web of Science, right? So that is very important. And that username password will be common even for the Babylon ID. So Babylon ID, Web of Science, common username and password. So you just enter into the Web of Science, register yourself, get the username and password. Then you go to the master list. So you have so-called Clarivate Analytics. You can see here the Clarivate Analytics. So that is the website where you have to go. In the Clarivate Analytics, in the master journal list, you can type the search and get the journal of your interest to know about that particular journal. First thing what you should see is the Web of Science core collection. So in the left side, I'll just put the pointer, Web of Science core collection. You see whether it is given as Science Citation Index expanded. If that is the case, that journal will have the impact factor. Say here at the bottom, you can see emerging source citation index, ESCI. Many journals will put this and say that they are indexed in Web of Science, but these journals will not have the impact factor. Only those journals which are indexed in Science Citation Index expanded alone will have. So we have to click here, come and click the view profile page. All these things you can do only when you log in to the Web of Science. So once you click in, you can enter into the journal details, wherein you can find the impact factor given by the Web of Science. The impact factor will be calculated by journal impact factor, a separate JCR, we call it as JCR, Journal Citation Report. And this is a trademark. Nobody can use the word JIF, Journal Impact Factor is a trademark. Okay, so it is a registered trademark. If I have a journal and I put an impact factor, then I will be liable for the criminal action. Okay, so journal impact factor is calculated by this formula, and these people will put just for interesting, say for example, the journals, right? Lancet, you know very well, it's one of the top quality journal in the field of medicine. But above that, you have a journal called Cancer Journal of Clinicians. Its impact factor is 120.83. Just imagine, we struggle to put our paper even in the impact factor of 1 or 2. You have impact factor of 120, 74, 60. The Lancet is 60. Okay, when you publish in such medical journal, then you are a great researcher. So that's what I want to show in the final slide. This is a journal which projects the fake impact factor here, 7.632. It's a predatory journal projecting a fake impact factor. Many people will mislead and get the articles published in this, and the article goes waste.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting these very critical points for a researcher to consider before proceeding towards publication of their hard work. Like they are putting so many efforts, resources, time, money, and intellectual capital in conducting the research. And finally, when they want to publish, they should not fall prey to this predatory journal. Thank you so much. But your point is well noted. In our next webinar series, we'll take it up as a complete session where you can deep dive and introduce the participants to all these impact factors, how to check for this, what journals are considered authentic and all these things. Thank you so much. On behalf of Central Research Lab, we consider you as an asset for the institution of Tagore Group of institutions. And we once again thank you for your excellent session. The participants will definitely benefit from your session. And participants, you can always reach out to Sir at Central Research Lab. Please schedule your appointment. Sir is very busy. Please don't drop by and disturb him. Please schedule your meetings, and Sir will always be there for promoting research and advancing our research topics. Now, let me move on to the next scheduled speaker. Thank you, sir. Now, let me move on to the next scheduled speaker, Dr. Jayashree. Madam, are you there?
Yes, Dr. Sucharita.
Thank you so much. I will just give a brief introduction once again, because in the morning moderated panel, all of you took extremely crisp introductions of yourself, but now I would like to introduce you to our participants. Just allow me. Dr. Jayashree Kadresan is a public health a physician working as a scientist D at ICMR NAE, Chennai, India. She has over 7 years of experience in teaching medical undergraduates, public health scholars, and postgraduates. She's also been a mentor at operational research courses across India and Southeast Asia. Her areas of interest in research include tuberculosis epidemiology, focusing on economics, operational research for public health, systematic reviews of interventions for tuberculosis, comorbidities, and also medical education technology. She has over 50 scientific articles published in reputed high-impact journals, which Sir just now concluded in his talk, and has also, to her credit, published 3 chapters in public health textbooks. Madam, once again, we thank you for accepting our invitation and scheduling this entire 1-hour talk to benefit our participants. Madam is going to take this session titled Formulating Research Question, Hypothesis, and Objectives. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you, Dr. Sucharita, for your introduction. It's been a pleasure joining this group since morning. I can see a very enthusiastic group of researchers trying to encourage and inspire the the next generation also into conducting robust research. And I was listening to Dr. Kannan's lecture also, and I would, if I were in the audience as a postgraduate or undergraduate, I would consider myself very lucky to be exposed to these concepts, to these resources, the kind of resources he's pointing you to. I would count myself blessed to be exposed to all this quite early in my research career. Not everyone gets access to such information. So like Dr. Sucharita said, I will be speaking about a research question, hypothesis, and objectives. I will quickly share my screen. Yeah, if you can make me co-host, Dr. Sucharita, so I can share my screen.
Kadan sir, can you allow Madam?
Yeah, now I can now. Yeah, my screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, great. So how to send this to the site? Yeah, great. Okay, so we will, I will take you through not just information, but we will also, leave like 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes at the end for some discussion so that we get to, have some questions on the practical difficulties that you face as researchers, so that I don't want to leave you with just a theory loaded session and you just go back. It's nice while listening, but when you go back and you feel how do you exactly translate it when you sit down to write your thesis or your manuscript. Okay. Okay, so at the end of the session, I expect that the participants are able to understand the importance of stating good research questions, putting out your hypothesis, and spelling out your objectives. What is the importance of all this? And then participants must be able to frame their research questions for any research idea that they have in hand, maybe for your thesis, maybe for a project, but you need to be able to frame the research questions for it. And you should be able to spell out specific objectives for a given research question. So we expect that at the end of this session, you are in a better position to do all this. So why do we all do research, or why do we all research? We all research because you want to generate new knowledge, but then not all of us actually end up generating a path-breaking new knowledge, which was never heard before. Most of the times we are trying to tweak an existing practice to change something that you see in the community or as a clinician in the hospital. So if you ask me, I would say research is you research so that you can generate some knowledge which ultimately leads to a change in a practice or a guideline. It may be how many times you wash your hands, or it may be how many days you prescribe an antibiotic, or it may be how often a patient has to follow up with you after an episode of acute myocardial infarction. So your research needs to generate the knowledge that ultimately leads to a change in practice or a guideline, or a policy if you're talking about systems research, which is looking at larger scope of things. So personally, I feel as a researcher, when you're able to get this idea in your mind that your research is not just you doing something and coming out with a paper, or not you doing something and stopping with a partial fulfillment for your degree by submitting your dissertation, but it is going to generate knowledge that is going to bring about a change. So we all need to understand why we write research proposals. So we would say that there are two main objectives. First is to help the researcher to define the contents and to plan and execute his or her research project. It is, let us say you're going on a tour. So you need to have an itinerary. You need to have a blueprint before you start building something. So a research proposal is very much that. Most of us who have ever written a research proposal know that once you start writing a research proposal, you start asking questions to yourself, and it all becomes clearer to you in the process of writing the research proposal itself. A lot of things, what can be done, what cannot be done, what is feasible, what is unethical, what is going to take longer time than you had imagined in your mind. So a lot of things get clearer in your mind when you put it down in writing as a research proposal. The second purpose of a research proposal will be to inform your potential collaborators and supporters like funders. You need to keep them informed so that they understand what you are setting out to do, and they're able to form their opinions about whether this can be done, whether this is worth collaborating with, whether this qualifies for funding, and what kind of quality of research you are doing. So you need to make it very clear for potential collaborators and supporters. So in this second objective, I would like you to, for a minute, think of yourself as the funder. Okay, think of you as a funder who has loads of money, and you are looking at research proposals that you have the power to decide as to whether they get funded or not. So what is it that you will look for in a research proposal? So you will look for clarity, first of all. You will look for novelty. You will look for quality. So it is not just limited to what I just said. You need to put yourself in the funder's position to understand what your research proposal should look like and how it has to be devised. So that said, so this is why you start writing it up as a research proposal. Okay, and it serves two objectives, like I said. So generally, we go through these logical steps. You have a research topic in mind. Okay, it comes to you, or you get it from different sources, or it comes as an inspiration from within. Then you look at available evidence. You don't want to reinvent the wheel, so you need to go and look at what has been done in this research topic already. So you do that, and then once you identify the knowledge gap, the rationale for your research is built, and you frame your research question. Then you write your objectives very clearly, specifically, and then you choose appropriate study design and data collection methods, which is basically to say you decide on how you are going to be answering your objectives. When you actually conduct the study, analyze the data, you report the results, and you frame your recommendations based on your conclusions. So these are the logical steps that unfold when you set out to research. So basically, if you see this diagram, what we're doing in research is you are beginning with broad questions, you narrow down, you focus in, you operationalize, and you observe, then you analyze data, you reach conclusions, and then you go back to where you started. So generally we call it a research life cycle. When you end your research, there is scope for more questions. You generalize, once you finish generating your results, you've made your conclusions and recommendations, and you generalize if at all your study results are generalizable. And then you see if your broad questions that you set out with, are you able to generalize it back to them? So this is generally what we call the hourglass notion of research. So before we go into detail about talking about research questions, hypotheses, and objectives, we will get some basic terminology clear. So first is when we say we have a research problem, it means that there is some uncertainty. There is something that is not clear, something that is causing a confusion. Let us say you're observing patients in the ward, okay, and you see that particularly after a procedure on day 3, there is, people start developing a complication. So, and you do not know what is there in the textbook or in the current evidence. You are not able, it's not enough to explain that to you. So this is a research problem. It is not instantly clear to you, and you think it will make a difference if you try to answer this research problem. So the purpose of research is to solve the problem or contribute to its solution by accumulating relevant information. Let us say you go into the community, you always find that people miss their follow-up visits to get their medicines for hypertension. Okay, and available evidence, let us say, does not answer that question. It is not enough to answer this question, but because you want people to come for regular follow-ups, get their BP monitored, and ultimately have their BP under control, and therefore avoid the complications. So that is where your research problem starts. So in order to contribute to solving this problem, you start accumulating relevant information. So the next terminology is problem statement. A problem statement is when you actually articulate the problem to be addressed and indicates the need for a study. Like I said, patients missing follow-up visits following initial diagnosis of hypertension and prescription of antihypertensives. This is my problem. So I am learning to articulate this as a problem statement, and it generally indicates the need for a study. Research questions are specific queries to which researchers want an answer. Okay? So we will see later in the presentation about how to frame good research questions. Okay, so research questions guide the type of data to be collected in a study. So research questions, when you frame a good research question, it makes a lot of things clear to you later. Okay, so then we look at the term hypothesis. So hypothesis is just the English meaning of the word. You are hypothesizing something, which obviously means that there is not enough evidence already to prove or disprove it. So it is just a hunch that you have. Okay, or a specific prediction that you are making in your mind, and you are performing this research to answer that research question or to test that hypothesis. Now, testing the hypothesis is more of a statistical thing, so I leave it for some other session where it is dealt with statistically. But generally, for a beginner, it is enough to understand that a hypothesis is just a hunch or an educated guess that you are taking. And one interesting thing about hypothesis is, because I used to ask this, if you already know something, then why do you want to research about it? Because when I'm hypothesizing about something, it means I know something about it. Okay. I may not know everything about it. So the point itself is that, okay, so you have some evidence, you have some knowledge based on which you're making a prediction or based on which you're making a guess, which you want to test scientifically. So, and again, when talking about hypothesis, I would like to say we are strictly talking about a quantitative study here. Qualitative research and qualitative paradigms are entirely different, and their concepts of hypothesis are different. So here we are generally talking only about quantitative studies. So a statement of purpose, you will ask a lot of, you will come across this SOP, we need to have an SOP. Okay, so a statement of purpose, later when if you're applying to other institutions, they may ask you for an SOP. So a statement of purpose is the researcher's summary of the overall goal of a study. So many a time there are funding institutions which do not want you to give a complete proposal, but they would rather have a one-pager or a brief summary or a summary of what your overall study is going to look like. Okay. If you look at research aims and objectives, we'll first look at aim. Aim is something like, let us say somebody is asking you, what is your aim in life? You are not going to say you want to lose 10 kgs in the next 2 weeks. That is not your aim in life. So aim, when you're talking about aim, it's something broader, something bigger, or rather the goal or the ultimate place where you want to get. Whereas objectives, okay, these are where you want answers to reach specific questions, or you want to specifically test certain hypothesis. So you could just, at this point of time, you could just think aim is broader, and to achieve an aim, you are breaking it down into a few objectives. Okay, we'll see more about objectives in a little bit. So before jumping into research questions, because we have a sizable population of young researchers here, so why is it important that you choose the right research topic? I would like to spend like 5 minutes on this. You need to, because most often I am disheartened by seeing students, especially postgraduate students, picking up research topics from out of nowhere. They take the easy way out from a previous thesis that has been already submitted, or they take the easy path out. And I believe that is because they really do not see the gravity of generating research findings, where it ultimately leads you to. It leads to generation of new knowledge and translates into something. Dr. Kannan beautifully talked about translational medicine. It goes from bench to bedside, bedside to bench. We generally in community medicine, we say that it goes to the community. It's not just from the bench to the bedside, to the community also. So once you understand the gravity, you understand why choosing the right research topic matters. It matters because only then you're going to get published in reputed journals. And I would like to refer to the earlier point made in the plenary, that you generate knowledge and resources go into it. So you need to share your research findings. It is unethical not to share. Okay, that is why a lot of time was spent in the previous session also on identifying reputed journals and publishing your research outputs there. So you need to have a research problem, to answering which or solving which is of importance. So it is publishable in reputed journals. It needs, only then it gets recognized and cited by peers. So by cited and recognized, I mean your peers are consuming the evidence, the knowledge that you have generated. And only when you choose a relevant research topic will it get funded on a competitive grant review. Most of these grants are competitive grants. So when you apply for a grant, you need to choose the right research topic to get those grants. And finally, only when you choose a relevant topic, you don't want to answer a question to which the answer is already known or the answer is irrelevant. Okay, so choose the right research topic so that when you answer it, the evidence gets translated into practice and policy. So I can already hear some PG saying that where only do we look for a research problem. It could be your passion. See, research is a place where you can be very true to yourself. You can really find, because whether you like it or not, you will be drawn towards it in the end. You do as much as possible to go away from it. You will travel ultimately towards your passion, your area of interest. Okay, so it could be your area of interest, your area of expertise. You could be a specialist in something. It could be your boss's passion. You are so directionless that you allow your boss to exert his or her whims and fancies on your research topic. Then you could end up working on your boss's area of interest. It could be an extension of an ongoing project. Okay, it could be logical. If somebody did research and stopped at one point, and they very often we do that. You read previous research projects and you see where they have left it for future scope of research, and you take it forward from there. Then whether you want to take up a high risk or a low risk problem, a problem where there is high interest, more low interest. Okay, yours could be data driven. You did have a slide on secondary data and based research in the previous one. So India and most LMIs, low and middle income countries are data rich. There is so much data. You can, you needn't add to the garbage of data that already exists. You might as well use the data that is available and generate important insights from it. Okay, you could choose to continue your earlier line of work. Let us say you've been working on tuberculosis for a while and you want to take it forward. You can do that, or you want to venture into a new area. That is fine as well. You can question the obvious. Okay, whatever is obvious doesn't mean that it is evidence-based. You can choose to do that, or you could go and look for that gene which has not yet been discovered and causing that rare defect. Okay, you could disagree with the findings of another researcher and try to do research to substantiate your disagreement. So all these are potential sources from where you get a research problem, because unless you have a worthwhile research topic, it's about doing the right things and doing things right. No matter how much you do things right after that, the impact that your work is going to create is going to be very limited. Okay, so it could come from the community, it could come from your clinical practice. I understand many of you are clinicians, so it could be something that you see in your OPD or in your ward rounds. Okay, it could come from your patients, it could come from a webinar like this, it could come from reading the newspaper, from literature, from attending conferences, and from new technologies that are emerging, from talking to experienced colleagues. Okay, that really helps, because they say, you are in a much better position to research than they were earlier. So they could, you could get interesting insights from there also. So any of these, keep your eyes and ears open all the time for potential research problems that you could fix. So once you have a research problem in hand and you've decided you're going to write a proposal about that, so what is the single most important aspect of a research study? Okay, so we all agree that it is the research question. You don't know what question you are asking. It means that you won't even know if you have gotten the answer to it. So the research question undisputedly is the most important part of your research study. We all know that a question well asked is already half answered. The way you frame your question dictates, or it influences how well your question is going to get answered. Okay, so the way the question is stated shows what data will be necessary to answer, and probably suggests how and from where or from whom the data will be obtained. Okay, so when you state your question very clearly, that itself will give you a sense of direction as to what study design it requires, what kind of data will be required, what kind of indicators you will be calculating, and from where the data will be obtained. May I kindly request participants to mute themselves? Thank you. So how do you know if the research question is a good research question? You think you have a good research topic or a research problem in hand. How do we know if your research question has been framed well? Or framed good. So you need to have a research question that is feasible. Okay. We are always, until now and shall forever be limited by resources. So you need to have, be it time, be it money, be it human resources. So you need to have a question that is feasible, which is not to discourage you from, taking up ambitious work, but it has to be feasible if you need the money and if you need if you need tangible research outputs. Okay. It needs to be interesting. Interesting to whom? Interesting to you. Interesting to the scientific community. Interesting to the general public on whom ultimately the results of your research will be of use or not. And interesting to the funders, obviously, and collaborators. Else you're not going to get the money or collaborators to work along with you. It has to be novel. I think this we have established by now. Do not reinvent the wheel. Don't go over and do the same things again. My heart breaks when people submit what is the prevalence of anemia in pregnant women, what is the level of obesity in adolescent school-going children. We know so much about it already. We know what it is. So please come up with something novel, which is not to say it has to be out of the world. Okay, I can give you a simple example that I came across. See, there are many simple problems in day-to-day life for which we do not have the evidence. You do not have the evidence to, to work towards a change in that. Like when MDR TB, multi-drug resistant TB patients don't take medicines, it is not enough to just say that they default on the treatment or they were lost to follow-up. It is very interesting. It is also feasible and novel to find out why they don't turn up. So this is not groundbreaking, but it is certainly feasible, interesting, and directly it is going to translate into policy or practice. It has to be ethical. I think the previous presenter statement of going to jail, I think that quite sums it up. You will go to jail if you do unethical research, and please access resources to understand how to adhere to ethical publishing or ethical research practices. Okay, for your interest, there is an ICMR online course on publication ethics, so you can refer to that, and good clinical practices, research practices. So please read up, and there is no excuse to not knowing ethical principles that guide research. So you cannot have a research question which on the face of it itself indicates unethical work. And it has to be relevant. By relevant, we mean it needs to answer a problem that is either common or which definitely needs addressing, and it has to benefit someone at the end of the day. Not to say that you have to get the money for the research. I'm not saying that relevant. It has to benefit the community at large. So I've given here 2 questions, and you can see for yourself how they are different. The first question asks, do statins improve survival after acute myocardial infarction? Now, if I were to just give you this, okay, not bad. We know what statins are. We know what survival is. We know what acute myocardial infarction is, and we know what improve is. So fair enough. Okay. But do you think it will give you that sense of direction towards how to study, what data collection to do, and whom to study, and what data to collect? Now let us take a look at the second question. In patients with a first episode of myocardial infarction, now this makes it quite clear who your study population are, whom you're going to study. Does administration of statins lead to higher survival rates compared to placebo? Okay, so this is giving so much more information compared to the previous question, and I would still say this question is far from a perfect research question or a well-framed research question. I'm just giving it to you for comparison. Okay, I wish this session were offline and I could quickly take feedback from you on how to improve the second question. Also, if you have any thoughts, please put it on chat, and may I very kindly request Dr. Sucharita to share at the end of the session, or I could look into the chat window to see how you would like to improve the second question, so that it gives us a better sense of direction towards conducting the study, towards what to measure, and data to collect. Yeah. So look at these two questions. The first one is saying, does watching TV cause obesity? So it's quite clear what the research problem is. Somebody is talking about watching TV and obesity. Okay. But then look at the next question, the way how it is framed in the second instance. In school children, so your population is clear to a great extent, not completely, is increased TV viewing more than 4 hours per day associated with an increased incidence of obesity as measured using body mass index compared to moderate TV viewing, which is less than 1 hour per day. Okay, so this question gives you a sense of direction about whom you are going to study, what data you are going to collect, what you actually will be measuring, and which are the two groups you are going to be comparing. Okay, so this is a very well framed research question. And again, I welcome your thoughts on if you think how you could improve this question, please drop your thoughts in the chat box. So we talk about foreground and background questions. Now by foreground questions, we mean focused questions. Okay, and by background questions, we mean those that are broad, very broad questions. So generally, we say that foreground questions are better for research because they are more likely to get completed. They lead to easier and better searches. They lead to easier inclusion and exclusion criteria. They lead to better decisions about what data to extract. Okay, more likely to produce a clear message for the researcher. Now that is what I would really care about. At the end of your research, is there clear evidence or clear message that is coming out for whoever is consuming your research? And it also allows future research questions to emerge clearly. So let us say I'm asking about menopause and depression. So if I'm just going to say, is menopause associated with depression? Okay. That is more of a background question. It's just very broad. So you could think of ways on how you will further refine it and make it more specific so that it gives the benefits that a well-framed research question will give you. So when you develop the research question, an initial question is probably going to be very broad. It is not at all bad to start with, is menopause associated with depression? But that will not be your final research question. You need to bring more focus to it. It needs to focus, and that very often is the challenge. So when I work on my research projects, I like to spend a lot of time in framing research question. It is very important to spend a lot of time. Okay, so I'm very skeptical when I ask for a research question and somebody randomly throws something. It doesn't work like that. A lot of work goes into developing focus in your research question. Okay, and keep it simple because many of them confuse bringing focus into giving unnecessary details and confusing. So it doesn't help that way. You need to keep focus and keep it simple. Okay, because otherwise it is neither going to help you nor the collaborators, or for that matter, the final readers of your article also. So please focus it and keep it simple. So now directly, how do you frame a research question? You have a broad thing in your mind, a broad research topic, and you want to convert it into a focused research question. So the first component would be, and by first, I don't mean it has to be the first thing appearing in your research question. I'm just saying the first component that I'm discussing here is the population or the problem. Like in the recent slide, we saw that our school-going children, okay, so it makes it immediately clear that they are the study population, okay, and they've in some cases, it could not be a population, it could just be a problem. It could be air pollution, it could be wheezing episodes, it could be anything. So you could talk about the study population or you could talk about the problem. So that would be the P in the acronym, PICOT. The I would be the intervention. So if it is an interventional study, then you have an intervention. Okay. It could be a drug, it could be a vaccine, it could be a behavioral therapy, it could be a community-based intervention, whatever. Or it could be the issue of interest that you were discussing in your study. And in our case, it was viewing TV. Okay. And sometimes it could be the exposure. So in our case, the exposure was viewing TV for more than 4 hours a day. So the next thing you are interested in is the comparator arm. Are you going to be comparing it with someone? So in our example, we saw we were going to compare children who were viewing it for more than 4 hours a day with children who were viewing it for less than 1 hour a day. Okay. And then you have an outcome. So in our case, the outcome was obesity. So you wanted to see obesity measured in terms of body mass index. Okay. And a time frame. Okay. So this time frame is not specified always, but it is a good practice. Okay. In some cases where you're talking about a particular therapy, you need to specify for how long the therapy is, or if you're following up people over a certain time frame, you need to say about for what duration they will be followed up. Okay. So a good research question needs to have all these components. And if you remember, each of this will help you in significant ways to conduct your study, plan your study, design, conduct, and analyze your study. It helps in every step along the way. Only when you state the population very clearly, I say school-going children and send you. I mean, school-going children can be anywhere from kindergarten to 12th standard. So whom are we talking about? Okay, and you need to, so when you put this down in writing, these questions will come to you and you will refine your research question based on that. When I say I want to study about TV viewing, you are going to think about the data collection tool and you are going to think, how am I going to ask about TV viewing? Will I ask them how long they watch, or do they watch at all? Or will I ask about specific times, nighttime watching, or am I going to be talking about that? So when I write this down, I have that clarity that I have to define it. Otherwise, you are going to have problem when you go to collect the data. Okay. When you write down the comparison arm, only you are thinking about the study design. Are you going to do a descriptive study design by describing just one group, or is it going to be analytical? Are you going to be comparing groups? Okay. And when you talk about the outcome, and for that matter, the intervention or the exposure, you will be forced to think about how you are measuring it. In this case, they have clearly said body mass index and how it will be measured. Okay. Again, time frame, as I told you. So if you see, it helps you in designing, in selecting your population, in data collection, in choosing your study design before that, in data collection, and also in analysis. Once I've written the outcome as body mass index, I know that I will be reporting the difference in body mass index between these two groups. So I know the indicator that I am going to report. So all this, imagine knowing so much about your research, okay, which is going to unravel itself. Imagine knowing so much at the research question stage itself. Now, if I were a funder, I would want to fund this person who has so much clarity at the stage of the research question itself. It means he or she has given thought to the research question. He or she has taken the problem seriously. They have seen it through. They have seen the entire process through, from the conception till how they are going to report the results. So this is a person who is serious about what they are doing. So I would like to bet my money on this person. Okay. So we encourage you to think your questions through. Okay. Which is a good habit, and by saying habit, it comes only when you do it by default every time, whether you are guiding a student or talking to a junior and helping him or her through their thesis or research. Encourage everyone, make this a habit to think through. When somebody comes up with a research question, help them introspect as to how far they have seen their research go through. Okay. we sometimes have study design also mentioned at this stage itself. Okay, and I heard Dr. Kannan talking about the equator network and giving the example of SPRO. So if you go through these guidelines, most of them have a requirement that you state the study design upfront in the title or in the research question. So you can, that is a question of adhering to these guidelines. Okay, so I have, this is the slide I've talked to you about. So you have the population, who is the population or what is the problem being addressed, the intervention or the exposure, depending on your study design. What is the intervention or what is the exposure? The comparison, what is the comparison group? The outcomes, what is the endpoint or the indicator that you will be measuring, and the time frame over which it will be. So this is a therapy question, I mean an interventional question, okay? Is zinc effective in treating common cold? Okay, so they have tried, the first one just has the problem, common cold, and the intervention, zinc. Okay, so again, we've tried reframing it. So in children with common cold, okay, so they've stated the population and the problem. Now, if I were to improve it, I would add the specific age group, maybe under 5 children, or maybe 2 to 5 years, or maybe infants, whoever is the population of interest to me, I specify. Okay, with common cold is oral zinc. So they have specified the route of administration. The intervention is defined as oral zinc for 5 days. I would have liked to see the strength and the frequency of administration, whether it is once a day. So you can refine it to much detail. Okay, so the intervention is there. Is it effective in reducing the duration of symptoms? Now, effective could mean so many things. Okay, somebody is symptomatically relieved, or somebody's acute phase reactants are falling, or it could mean hospital stay, it could mean different things. But here they clearly said the outcome of interest is duration of symptoms. And they've also specified with whom they will compare. If they will, the comparison is a placebo group. Okay. Now, these days we don't use a placebo group. We just use a standard treatment guidelines, whatever is the standard treatment offered for that condition. So this is just to help you see how clearly you put out the population, the problem, the intervention, the comparison, and the outcome. Okay. So if one of you can put up in the chat window as to how this research question is useful in designing the study, or designing a data collection tool, or calculating an indicator, or helping in your data analysis. So if you can, just a couple of bullet points, if you can think of how this well-framed research question is going to be useful to you, it will be interesting to look at it at the end of the session. Now, if instead of an interventional question, you're having an etiology question, wherein you're looking at the cause of something. So you don't have an intervention here. So if you're trying to see exposure to benzodiazepines in pregnancy and malformations in newborn, congenital malformations in newborn. So the first form has only the exposure and the outcome written. Okay, exposure to benzodiazepines in pregnancy and the outcome. But if you look at the second one, you have the population, wherein they say pregnant women. I would have liked to even specify what age group. Are these primipara or are these multipara? So in pregnant women, thus exposure to benzodiazepines. Okay. Again, I would have liked to see, give a threshold of intake. Okay. Exposure to benzodiazepines. They've said when, during early pregnancy. You could refine it further by saying first trimester. Cause malformations in the newborn baby. Okay, so again, if you look at this outcome, if I give you this research question, okay, and I tell you, please make a data collection form for this, okay. Does this question give you enough idea about what malformations you are looking for? Okay, so I hope you're able to see the connection between specifying the outcome quite clearly at this stage itself, so that you are able to envision what data you will be collecting, what analysis you will be doing, and what you will be reporting. Okay, so you can refine it further Okay, much further, depending on how much knowledge you have at this stage at which you're framing your research question. Okay, and how much you are able to think detailed about your research process as a whole. Okay, so sometimes the research questions don't follow a pie-chart format, like when you have a descriptive study or when you're just observing things where there is no intervention. Okay, and so it could just have the population and the outcome, like that sad research question of prevalence of anemia in pregnant women. So you just have a population and the outcome you want to measure in them. Okay. Sometimes you don't have a time frame. Sometimes you just have a time frame. You have a population, you have a time frame and the outcome, and you're just observing or you're just describing one population. Okay. So that was about the research question. So if you're able to remember the essential components of the research question and think how they are going to help you later, that part is done. Coming to the hypothesis, it is just an educated guess or a statement that you want to prove or disprove in the study. Like if I say that if I take a lecture more than 40 minutes, students don't listen, or even 40 minutes is ambitious. More than 15 minutes, they don't listen. Okay, now this is my educated guess. I've seen students sustain head injuries by dosing after 30 minutes. So this is my educated guess. Now you want to prove it or disprove it, you need to, subject it to research. So your hypothesis is like that. So when I was talking about benzodiazepines in pregnancy and congenital malformations, I already make an educated guess. I am already thinking of some possible association between this exposure and outcome. So we will just go through one. Hypotheses are single tentative guesses. They are good hunches that are assumed for use in devising theory or planning experiments intended to be given a direct experimental test when possible. So hypotheses are not evidence. These are educated guesses that you're making, and they warrant full-fledged research to answer, to prove or disprove them. Okay, so these could be directional or non-directional hypothesis. I could say use of benzodiazepines in early pregnancy is increasing the risk of congenital malformations, congenital, some specific kind of malformation. I'm giving a direction. I'm saying this increases the risk of this outcome. I could also give a non-directional hypothesis. Like in this case, they're talking about risk of falls between older and younger people. Okay, so let us say they're talking about elderly more than 60 years of age, and by younger, they're meaning 15 to 45 age group. So a non-directional hypothesis is just saying that the risk of falls or the incidence of falls, if you want to give a very specific indicator, this incidence is different between the older and younger people. I'm not saying which group is going to have a higher one. Okay. A point that you can wonder about is whether this has any connection between the two-tailed and one-tailed p-value that you calculate. Okay, you can think about it later. So why do you have to state a hypothesis? It brings clarity to the research problem in hand. It helps me know that you're thinking in a certain direction. Okay, and so it signifies what specific aspects of a research problem you will investigate, what data will be collected, what you need not collect, and it helps you conclude what is true and what is false. Okay, so basically it gives a sense of direction. Okay, I am making a guess on how this exposure and outcome are related, or what is the probable value of a particular parameter in a given population of interest. I'm just taking a guess, and I'm conducting research to prove or disprove it. So coming to objectives, I've already said that aim is just a broad statement of desired outcome. Okay, practically this is the research question rephrased as a statement, whereas an objective is a very clear and specific statement that needs to be accomplished over a certain time period. So generally we say objectives have to be SMART, okay, wherein they have to be specific, they have to be measurable. Okay, there needs to be an indicator to measure your achievement or non-achievement of that objective. Okay, like in real life example, I'm not giving a research example. If I say I'm going to lose 10 kgs in 5 weeks, I need to, it is very specific. I'm saying I will lose 10 kgs over 5 weeks, and you know how to measure it. It is measurable. Whether it is achievable, only I can tell. Whether it is realistic or achievable within available resources is a test that I have to take, or as in the context of research, the researcher has to know. And it is time bound. I have given a specific time frame within which it will be accomplished. Put it in the context of research, you need to specify what outcome you will measure to meet that objective, how you will measure it, okay, what evidence, like in the case of TV viewing, we saw that you will measure the BMI, and achievable, whether it is feasible or not, whether your research objective is feasible. Like I say, I state a very vague objective with no means of, you can't achieve it. Okay, whether it is realistic, you know the resources that you have in hand, so you need to know whether your objectives are realistic or not, and time bound. So practically, if I say, I would say, if I read your objectives, I need to have a sense of what study design you're going to be using. Is it a descriptive study design? Is it analytical? Is it interventional? So when reading your objectives itself, I need to know all this. I need to know your study population, your study settings, and what is being measured in your study and how it will be measured in the study. All these details should be there in your objectives itself. And believe me, you don't need to use too many words to give me this information. And once I finish the study and I have the results in hand, I need to be able to see whether my results are meeting my objectives. If I say that, to compare the body mass index of children with moderate and excessive TV viewing. Okay, so I need to, by the end of the study, I need to have the difference in BMI, the mean BMI of both the groups, and I need to be able to give the difference. So that meets my objective directly. And your conclusion, the conclusion of your study should answer the objectives, and the aim of your study should be met. Okay, the conclusion is that one takeaway message from your research that needs to meet the objective or the aim of the study. So look at this objective: to know the effect of cash benefit on nutrition of patients with TB in India. We know that patients with TB in India are being given some cash benefit. So if this is my objective, I don't see much value in this objective. It is saying, giving me some idea about the problem, the population, and I am not even sure what study design is going to be. Am I going to implement a cash benefit scheme and see whether it is effective, or whether it is already there and I'm going to compare? No clarity at all. Okay. So what if I rephrase it as this? Among patients with tuberculosis registered under the National TB Elimination Program in selected districts in India and completed their treatment between this period, I want to compare between those who received and did not receive the cash benefit. Okay, so this is the population and the comparison group I've given. Okay, I want to compare what the nutritional status before and after TB treatment, and I want to compare the incidence of adverse TB treatment outcomes. So this is as clear as it gets. I have pretty much stated the problem, the population, the time period over which they will be recruited, or the time period that qualifies their inclusion, who is being compared with whom, what is being measured, and at what time points. Okay, all this is clear. Now please make a note of the reference I've given there. I'll try to post it in the chat window after this. And this is a very interesting resource which helps you with what words to use in objectives. It's very resourceful, and it is not just in objectives. Throughout your manuscript or throughout your scientific work, this resource gives you interesting guides on, because for all of us, English is not the first language. I'm not sure if any of you here are, but for most of us in India, it is not the first language. So we do have trouble in phrasing it. So this is a very resourceful page where you can find some standard expressions that you can use in your scientific work. Okay, so I've given an example of aim and objective. Okay, so don't get caught up with too many objectives. They will certainly spoil the study. Remember, they have to be smart, and you have to evaluate your objectives once you have the results in hand as to whether you have actually answered your objectives and met the aim of your study. So this is to summarize. Research question is the single most important component of a successful research. A good research question should be finer and written in Picot format, and your objectives should be smart. So I will stop sharing my screen, and thank you for listening to the lecture. I think we have around 5 minutes, so if you have any queries or comments, you could please put it up here in the chat box or unmute yourself and ask me.
Thank you, madam. It was really very in-depth presentation so that we can understand your expertise as well as from our point, again, to understand the complexities in drafting a good research question after identifying our topic of interest as well as framing a hypothesis and also the objectives, especially as I always keep telling my students and myself also, this is one challenging area we always face. Though we have a little bit of experience in conducting research, time and again, I also experience this and sit with Kannan sir and conduct this exercise ourselves. Even recently, 2 weeks back, we conducted that workshop for our incoming interns in community medicine. And this is the exact point I was mentioning to Dr. Hemant when sir said like capacity building workshops or training should always accompany with assignments, so that the mentor should not just deliver a session and think that capacities have been strengthened or enhanced. Rather, they should give an assignment and see whether it is translated. And we gave our interns a bunch of research articles and asked them to see what is the research question, how to identify the hypothesis in that, and see the alignment. So after sharing our work here, I want to address this question to you. You have been doing these operational research activities across Southeast Asia. So when you compare these different countries in Southeast Asia, India and other Southeast Asian countries, and I personally believe you might have exposure to that UK kind of resources and all, and you have mentioned in our moderate panel, we have come a long way. We are taking still baby steps. So these are all these scenarios going on in my head. Standing in 2021, almost in the verge of the year closure, going forward, if I have to set a plan, action plan for the next year, how concretely I can look into this, especially to your topic? What kind of small, because you said everyday action matters, what kind of small steps I can take so that I can strengthen my postgraduate and interns training in especially focusing on these research question framing, hypothesis and object, practical steps? Can you distill essence of your lecture into practical steps so that I will definitely do that going forward in my training workshops?
That's an amazing question, Dr. Sucharita. In fact, I was going to, after you spoke, I was exactly going to share that with you. See, the initial phases may look very structured and I would call baby stuff, but it goes a long way in shaping somebody's attitude towards research, because they will develop certain habits only by repeatedly practicing them. And I'm so impressed that you could address interns on, looking into a research paper and finding out research questions and hypotheses. So I can share with you what I do. So whenever we design research, we refuse to progress any further before having the research question fit the finer criteria and Picot criteria. And it completely helps if they write it down, PICOT. You can handle the English later. Break it down, write it, PICOT, and it helps to have formats and see what are the boxes it checks. Is it fine? Is it feasible? Is it interesting? Is it novel? And I think I think we should be very honest in our review and feedback with the students and tell them, no, this is not novel. No, this is not interesting. No, this is not feasible. And refuse to progress beyond the research question if it isn't framed in that way. That is one thing you can do. And you can have those formats so that they are forced to fill in, because initially people need some nudging. So you have to force them to fill those columns so that for any research that is undertaken, they fill up those columns. That is one thing you could do. Another practice that we use is when I write my objectives, okay, at the objective stage itself, I make this table where I list the objectives in the first row. And if an objective needs to be broken down into more pieces, I break it down. And in the next columns, I have what is the indicator that I will measure to meet that objective. Then I write the numerator and denominator for that indicator. Then I write what is the data collection method I will use to answer this indicator, to capture this indicator. What is the data collection tool that I will use? So it is just 5 or 6 columns, and you can have this as a standard format. So when somebody comes to you with the objectives, you cannot every time repeat to them your objectives have to be smart. Beyond a point, they have to grasp it and actually use it. So you can give them this format where there is, I can share it with you later maybe, objective, indicator, numerator and denominator for that indicator, the data collection tool for, data collection method for it, and the data collection tool. So only if the person is able to clearly visualize their objective turning into research and ultimately into results and recommendations will they be able to fill this. And I can see how time constrained all of you are and the load that you are handling. Simply refuse to progress to take up any research that does not cross this stage, because that means that person is not clear about what he or she is going to do. And you can help them fill that format so that the later steps automatically unfold easily. So these are 2 practical tips, and nothing like catching them early. If an intern, if you force them, it could be a very simple question. And they should be able to fit it into these criteria and fill up these formats. Now, sometimes people are lazy. When you write PICOT, it is not ultimately going to make it into the research proposal. When I make this objective-wise indicator table, it is not going to make it into the ultimate manuscript. But believe me, it is worth all the effort. I spend a good 2 to 3 weeks, if necessary, sit with the collaborators. It is not at all silly to have a meeting just to finalize your research question and objectives. In fact, it is a good and a much encouraged practice. There is no point talking over and over about methodology and analysis and your data analysis and software, because your most of the work happens before you actually collect the data. So I would suggest those practices.
Yes. These are extremely practically very much important foundational steps we have to, as you said, repeatedly instill into the minds of these interns, because as I mentioned, madam, some of our students, every year we get almost 10 ICMR undergraduate projects. And that is the historical track record of this college since 10 years. 10 of our undergraduates are awarded ICMR STS every year. And as you said, unless we catch them early and instill these practices from the beginning, our entire efforts go in vain, because at the time of report submission, they feel that extreme pressure in October. Once they are awarded in April, as you said, the academic pressures, administrative pressures are on top of faculties and guides, but fine. But as you said, we can do these formats and instill this methodologies incrementally in short measures, everyday actions, and they can do it in a phased manner and arrive at October in a very comfortable learning process. That is why please do share your documents or small checklist documents, which we will break it down into small nuggets and nudge them towards this systematic learning, which will make them enjoy the process of research conduct in a very practical way. And apart from this question, madam, what is your final message? Because I don't want to take too much of your time, because lunchtime is also scheduled 1 to 1:30, followed by which Dr. Rizwan and Dr. Hemant are scheduled. Finally, because your body of work is so impressive with 50 plus papers and book chapters, such an inspirational work for our researchers and especially women scientists to emulate and also look forward to. In essence, what is your take home message finally for us? And we look forward to engage you more and more whenever your time permits and schedule permits. What is your take home message finally to the topic of formulating research question, hypothesis, and objectives, other than what you already shared? Anything new?
I would say collaborate, talk often with people. Our medical students are not much, and I am talking about myself included. We don't put much focus on networking and communications. Please collaborate. Please talk to fellow students across the globe, fellow researchers across the globe. There is so much happening out there, and you wouldn't believe if I told you so much is within your access, easily available, freely available. So please look beyond the confines of where you live and collaborate. Try to have global collaborations. It takes is an email, and that isn't much difficult. We have so much time doing other things. You could have, I would leave collaborate as the take home message. Please collaborate, look at opportunities, and it is never too late to start. I started much late. Learn to communicate yourself very effectively, and I can see what articulate speakers they have immediately around them. They have so much to learn from their faculty there. Please collaborate and learn from each other. Do not underestimate what strengths you bring, and also respect the skills that other people bring. And it is okay to not know everything. It is okay to not be a master in statistics. It is okay to not be a master in a particular way. It takes more cleverness to identify whom to collaborate with and to complement your research skills with each other. So I would leave them with that message.
Yeah, it's an excellent message to take home, and be remembering you for these two words, collaborating and networking. And I feel like you are more like a giving kind of person, because you're always telling, reach out and take the help you need. You need not be a one master show. And earlier also Rizwan sir and Hemant sir said it is more of a team effort. Research is all pooling our strengths, and it is all like 1 + 1 + 1 is not 3, it is 5 or 6 or 100. Definitely I get that message very strongly from all of you. Thank you so much. I'll not hold you anymore.
Thank you for the opportunity, Dr. Sucharita. And you previously mentioned I'm happy and available always to talk to people about research and to share what little I know, and eagerly to learn from them also.
Yeah, after talking to you only, I'm getting, because you're having some project banner. Very soon we'll form a small research hub, including women scientists and other scientists at your team, so that you will be acting as our mentoring external advisory hub, so that our students will benefit, we will benefit, I will benefit from you. I'll reach out with that proposal very soon. January 22, I'm having a resolution here with all of you giving such inspirational thoughts. Thank you so much. And dear participants, on behalf of all of you, I'll thank Dr. Jayashree Madam for her excellent inspirational talk and ideas for fostering cultural and as well as research cultural partnerships. Thank you so much, Madam. Now we will all break for a short lunch, and at 1:30 we will reconvene again for the next session. Thank you so much. Welcome back after the lunch break. We are happy to reconvene again for our proposed session after the lunch break. We are joined by Dr. Rizwan, Scientist D, ICMR, NIE, to deliver the scheduled talk on literature search using PubMed and Zotero for reference management. I would like to take this opportunity and introduce our esteemed speaker to the audience. Sir, please allow me. Sir has completed his MD Community Medicine from the prestigious All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. And Sir has been working in the field of public health for over 10 years now. His work has contributed significantly to the Indian smokeless tobacco control policy, which all of us know 200 plus million tobacco users are currently identified in India. And all of us also understand that significant oral cancer burden is there in India. He is a leading expert in global burden of disease estimation. Again, one of the biggest repository for us to understand the various diseases burden. His other interests are carrying out systematic reviews and applying machine learning to solve public health problems. Sir is passionate about building strong capacities, which has been discussed in depth during our moderated sessions, and Sir's insights have been valuable. In doing so, he dreams of a world where high quality evidence generation and synthesis improves access to equitable healthcare for all of us as a basic human right. He is currently working as Scientist D at NIE Epidemiology of Chennai, but Sir hails from Temple town of Madurai, where he completed his schooling as well as MBBS degree. Sir, we are extremely delighted that you have allocated today to be part of our training program. During lunch break also, Kanan sir and we were discussing how fortunate we are to have that all of you have earmarked an entire day to spend with us. Thank you so much. Without much further delay, I would request you to proceed to your session, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sucharita. That was a very nice introduction. I hope I will live up to the expectations of Tagore Medical College and the participants. I'm audible and is my voice clear?
Yes, sir. Very much clear. The audio is clear. You can share your presentation if you have, sir.
I'm going to share my presentation.
Kanan, sir? Yes.
I'm going to share my whole screen.
Kanan, sir, can you allow sir to...
Yeah, I'm able to share. No
yes,
problem.
Sir. Yes, sir.
I'm able to share. I hope my presentation is visible.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. So, good afternoon to all of you. My presentation is going to be a lot of demonstration, and the slides are going to be few and far in between. What I'm going to do today is take you through the basic steps of doing a literature search using PubMed, and I'm going to demonstrate the same in the PubMed website, and then I'm going to walk you through a software called Zotero, which is used for managing, collecting these references and citing them in your article or report. And Dr. Hemant will take that one step forward. Once you have collected all your literature and you are going through them, reading through them, how to make sense of all this knowledge that you have gained from your literature search and how to write a review of literature. So that is why the sequence of lectures is like that. Please be informed that this is not going to be a complete demonstration of all the functionalities in PubMed and Zotero. I'm just going to give you a flavor of how these websites can be used, and I will guide you to further resources on how to learn more and how to improve yourself on a day-to-day basis. So the title of the lecture is Searching for and Organizing Literature. The learning objectives will be, at the end of this lecture, you should be able to do three things. One is use PubMed, how to use PubMed properly to conduct a literature search for your specific need. Build a search strategy which is specific to your research topic. So what I mean by building a search strategy will become clear when I walk through the slides. But for the time being, just remember that we don't search simply like that. We build a strategy and then we search so that we get the most appropriate results. And finally, understand how to use Zotero for reference management. So the definition of literature search is, in scientific terms at least, is to systematically look for published and unpublished literature in our topic of interest. They are capable of answering questions like what, where, when, why, who, how, etc. So these are strategies which will help us to answer some of the questions which we have in our mind while deciding our research question. They can also be used to introduce the topic, proceed from known to unknown, and from general to specific. So this is how you will use the literature search to write your literature review. Identify gaps in the literature and provide rationale for the study. So at the end of the literature search and review process, you will come to know that this particular area is not well researched and there is a knowledge gap, and therefore I'm going to do a study in this particular area. So that becomes a rationale for your study. So conducting a literature search helps you to answer specific questions on the topic. It helps you to write the introduction and helps you to identify knowledge gaps and helps you to write the rationale of the study. There are different types of literature, and each literature has its own, each type of literature has its own use. The type 1 literature, for which PubMed is an example, are primary studies. So if you and I publish a study, a research article, it goes into PubMed. So it is not appraised. Nobody else has read and given a commentary on that, nothing like that. I have written and I have published. So examples are PubMed, Embase, Scopus, Web of Science, etc. Now type 2 is Cochrane Library, where the primary studies are converted into some sort of synthesized evidence like systematic reviews, and they are provided in a library. So these are appraised literature. Type 3 is also appraised literature. You might have come across UpToDate, right? So UpToDate is providing you information which is summarized from all the original studies so that you don't have to go through the original studies. So these are curated, summarized. Someone has gone through all the articles related to that particular topic and they have written an essay, and that essay is available to you for ready reading. So that is type 3. And a mixture of primary articles as well as appraised literature can also exist. Those are called mixed. For example, the Elsevier clinical key. The main difference between the different types is pre-appraised or non-pre-appraised. Pre-appraised means somebody has read the article and they are providing their own account of that particular article. Non-appraised articles are those which are simply the primary studies without any commentary on them. So when you are conducting a literature search, which type of literature will you give more importance to? Will you give more importance to expert opinion or case series, case reports, cohort studies, RCTs, article synopsis, evidence synthesis, or systematic reviews? So here you can see this is called evidence-based hierarchy of evidence. So as you go up the pyramid, the quality of evidence increases. This is called the pyramid of evidence. When you are going through the literature, if you see articles which are at the top, like RCTs, synthesized or pre-appraised literature, systematic reviews, those types of studies will be giving you higher quality of evidence, but it may not be always possible. Maybe your particular research question does not have an RCT component. In that case, cohort studies and case control studies will be more appropriate. So in general, remember the hierarchy of evidence, and if possible, try to include studies which are at the top of the pyramid so that your literature review becomes more relevant. So what is a database? You may come across this word time and again. So a literature database is nothing but a place or a website where different types of articles are put together in one location. These are examples: PubMed, Embase, Google Scholar, Scopus. Today we are going to talk about PubMed, but there are other databases also. Out of these, PubMed and Google Scholar are free. Embase and Scopus are paid. So why should I use PubMed when I can use Embase or Scopus? The main reason is it is free, but it is also comprehensive. it has more than 30 million citations with millions more added every year. So it is a good place to start your literature search, and it is more relevant for medical sciences. So for medicine and allied health sciences, PubMed is a nice place to start. But there are other databases also which you should remember. For example, if you are from a nursing background, or if you're interested in nursing related literature, then there is a database called Chinal. If you're interested in psychiatry or mental health related articles, then there is a database called PsycInfo. So for each particular field, there may be a database existing. But PubMed is a good place to start with for any medical science related topic. So please make sure that you look for these additional databases if you are in that particular area. So here I have given you just the names of the major databases. Why do you need to do literature search? So what is the point of doing a literature search? There can be several reasons for why we need to do a literature search. One is, as I said in the previous few slides, to support the study rationale. It might be required to calculate sample size. Maybe you want to know what was the estimate in the previous study so that you can use that for calculation sample size. Support or refute study findings, that is writing the discussion section. So basically, literature search and review helps you to write the introduction and discussion sections of your manuscript. And for certain study designs like systematic reviews, scoping reviews, and bibliometric analysis, literature search is the methodology. Okay, now I will talk a little bit about building a search query or building a search strategy. Dr. Jayashree referred to this in her lecture on how to write a research question, right? So we follow the same principle, PICOST. So this is called PICOST, or sometimes it is also called PCOT, depending upon the variations. So P stands for population or participant, I stands for intervention or exposure, C stands for comparator or non-exposed group, O stands for outcome, S stands for study design, T stands for time frame. So you can omit the S if it is not very essential, and you can omit T also if it is not very essential. So when you are building a search strategy, these four components should be there: participant, intervention, comparator, and outcome. If you are going to do a descriptive simple cross-sectional study, P and O are enough, participant and outcome. There is no need for intervention or comparator. But if you are looking at case control studies or cohort studies or RCTs, then you need to provide intervention and comparison as well. So here is an example of a search strategy that we will build for the research question: is tobacco smoking associated with increased risk of stroke as compared to no smoking? So it is a simple question. If somebody smokes tobacco, does that person have increased risk of stroke compared to a person who does not smoke? Okay, so that is simple, plain and simple for anyone to see. Now we have to build a search strategy for this research question. How do you think you will go about? What could be the P here? Who is the participant? There is no mention of the participant. What is I here, or exposure? Tobacco smoking is the exposure. What is the comparator or control group? It is non-smoker. And what is the outcome? Risk of stroke. And we can presume the population, it will probably be adults who are smoking. Maybe it may be children also, but let us for the time being assume that it is adults. So in adults who smoke tobacco, what is the associated increased risk of stroke as compared to adults who do not smoke? Let us say that is the research question. So we will see how to build a strategy for that. Before going to that, I want to share with you 4 principles that are used when searching in PubMed. So these are called the 4 principles. Principle 1 is a word search or a phrase search. So you simply enter a word or a phrase in the search bar and you get the results. The second principle, principle 1 is like Google. When you want to book tickets to say a resort in Mahabalipuram, you would simply type resort in Mahabalipuram, right? So that is, you will type resort in Mahabalipuram in Google. So that is equal to principle 1, a word or phrase search. Principle 2 is called mesh term. MESH stands for medical subject heading. Medical subject heading. So this is a dictionary which is maintained by PubMed, and it has a lot of items. It has several items which I'm going to show you. And if a term is available in this MESH dictionary, we can use the term directly and it will give us valid results. What happens behind the scenes is there are people sitting in the National Library of Medicine, which maintains PubMed. Whenever a new article is added into PubMed, someone goes through that article and finds out whether it is relevant to any of the term mentioned in the MESH dictionary. So for example, if there is an article on COVID, a new article which entered PubMed, the person reading the article will decide whether this article can be put under the COVID-19 MESH term. So he will say, okay, I index this article under the COVID-19 MESH term. So that becomes tagged with the COVID-19 MESH term. So if I search COVID-19 as a MESH term, I will get that article. So this is just a way of indexing articles to particular terms. So when we put those terms, those relevant articles will be returned to us as a search result. Then principle 3 is field search. Field search is when we want to search in the title or abstract of the article, when we want to search in the author name, when we want to search in the institutional affiliation, when we want to search by dates, age category, etc. We will see examples of this as well. And the fourth but most important principle is Boolean operators. So there are 3 Boolean operators that you should remember: and, or, not. We will come to that in a second. So let us say you type the word asthma in PubMed. You will get results in PubMed which contain the word asthma. So all articles which contain the word asthma will be retrieved when you put asthma. Let us assume that you get 100 results, right? Now you put asthma and bronchitis. You can see that and is in capital. We have to put the Boolean operator in capital. And is a Boolean operator. So what do you think we will get? We will get all articles which mention asthma and bronchitis. Do you think it will be greater than 100 or less than 100? Any idea? It is going to be less than 100 because articles containing asthma are 100. But articles containing asthma and bronchitis will certainly be less or equal to 100, right? Because it is a subset of asthma. If I put asthma or bronchitis, what will happen? I will get all the articles which contain asthma. I will get all the articles which contain bronchitis. So will it be greater than or less than 100? It is going to be greater than 100 because this is a superset of the asthma set. So I'm going to get all the articles which contain asthma, and I'm going to get all the articles which contain bronchitis. So if you use and, it is going to reduce the number of results because both these items must be present. If you use or, I'm going to increase the number of results because I am requiring both these items. Generally speaking, and should be used between different concepts, like asthma and bronchitis are different concepts. And or is used between similar concepts, that is synonyms. So for example, asthma or wheezing, something like that. So if there are similar concepts or synonyms, we use or, and if there are different concepts, we use and. I will show you what I mean by that in a second. Now comes asthma, not bronchitis. So these will contain all the articles on asthma and it will subtract the articles containing bronchitis, right? So this will also be less than 100 because it will remove all the asthma articles which contain the word bronchitis. Okay, so this is severe restriction. The results will be less than and. So if you want a particular type of result, you have to use one of these 3 Boolean operators, and, or, not. I will show you in a minute on how we can use this practically. So if you put asthma, let us assume we get 10 results. If I put bronchitis, I get 7 results. Let us assume that all articles on asthma are 10. All articles on bronchitis are 7. So records containing asthma 10, records containing bronchitis 7. So what percentage of articles or how many articles contain both? Let us say that the articles which contain both asthma and bronchitis are 4. So 4 out of these 10 articles have bronchitis and 4 out of these 7 articles have asthma. So these 4 articles have both asthma and bronchitis and they are represented within this 10 and within this 7. So asthma plus bronchitis, 4 articles. If I put asthma or bronchitis, what am I going to get? I'm going to get 10 plus 7, right? A plus B, I'm going to get, but these 4 articles are common to this 10 as well as 7. So I have to subtract it. So I will get 13 articles if I put or. If I put asthma, not bronchitis, what will happen? So these are the asthma containing articles, these 10. Out of this, 4 are containing bronchitis. So from this 10, this 4 has to go away, right? So 10 minus 4, I will get 6 articles. So this is how the Boolean operators work. If you put and, articles containing both the terms will be given to you. If you put or, if you put and, only articles containing both the terms will be given to you. If you put or, articles containing either of these terms will be given to you. And if you put not, the second term will be eliminated. So when you combine 2 or more search terms using Boolean operators, these are the results that you will get. If you put and, you will get less results. If you put or, it will get more results. And if you put not, it will not contain the second term at all. So it will reduce the number of results. So how to build a search strategy? A search strategy is scientific, comprehensive, and reproducible. Now, this is not necessary that you do for every article or study, but it is a good habit or a good practice to get into. So building a search strategy has 6 parts. You have to mention the exposure, the outcome, the study type, metrics, language, date range, etc. The principle of building a search strategy is to be as inclusive as possible, but also make sure that you get a realistic number that you can read. So here, for the research question that I mentioned previously, is tobacco smoking associated with increased risk of stroke as compared to non-smoking? So here, the word you can see, tobacco mesh or tobacco title and abstract. What does this mean? I'm asking for tobacco as a mesh term, and I'm also asking for tobacco in title and abstract, which means tobacco as a mesh or tobacco in the title and abstract. You see, I'm using or because these two are the same concept. This tobacco and this tobacco are synonyms. What I'm doing now, I'm putting and. Since this is a second concept, I'm using and. So brain infarction is just a synonym for stroke. So brain infarction is also a mesh term. Stroke is also a mesh term. Here I am using the Boolean operator or. Again, the next term is and. So I'm only looking at case control studies or cohort studies or systematic review. You see here, these are mesh terms, case control and cohort, but systematic review is a publication type. And again, the next term is risk or odds ratio. This you need not worry too much about, but I have put it here. And then English. So I want only LA means language. So I only want English articles. And finally, I want publication date between 1/1/1970 and 31/12/2019. So P date stands for publication date. And finally, what I am using? Not animals mesh. So which means I'm not interested in any articles which are done in animals. That is animal studies I don't want. So we use and between different concepts and we use or between synonyms or similar concepts. So this is how we build a search strategy. So now I'll go to PubMed. So let me open a new tab. Let us assume that you are in Google and I'm going to type PubMed. Okay. The first link is PubMed. I'm going to click on PubMed. And you can see a search bar here. and you can see something called advanced written just beneath it. And below, if you come down, there are a lot of resources available to here. So here under Learn, you have FAQs, user guide, finding full text, about PubMed. So these are all the resources which will help you to learn more about PubMed. There are video tutorials, there are guidebooks, etc. The second thing I want you to understand is mesh browser. So I told you that mesh is a dictionary maintained by PubMed, right? So this is the dictionary. Here we come and check whether a particular term is available in the mesh dictionary or not. So let me walk you through one example. Let us say that I wanted to know the effectiveness of vaccination for COVID-19. What would usually someone do? So if I am very new to PubMed, what I will do, I will come here and I will type COVID-19 vaccine effectiveness. This is what I will type, right? Like I would type in Google, and I will press the search button. And it is going to give me a set of results, right? So it is giving me all these results, which may or may not be relevant to us. But instead of searching like this, I want you to click the advanced tab. Okay. And here you can see a professional looking boxes are available, and there are different options that you can play with. Now, as I said, I want to first identify if any of my terms are in the mesh browser. So I'm going to go ahead and see if COVID-19 is a mesh term. I'm just entering it and put enter. So it is telling me that COVID-19 is a mesh term. It is giving me some information about the mesh term as well. So a viral disorder generally characterized by high fever, cough, dyspnea, etc. So if I put COVID-19 mesh, all these are taken care of. So I don't have to type these. Because authors use different terms to write about the same subject. For example, I might write COVID-19 disease in the title. Someone else might write SARS-CoV-2 infection. But I want articles on both of these, right? So if I use COVID-19 as a mesh term, all these terms are also taken care of. So I don't have to type them again. So what will I do? I'll come here. You have to copy this exact spelling. Copy and come and paste here. And you can see there is a small box here. It gives the number of fields. So here we are interested only in a few of these. One is mesh and the other one is title abstract. Here I'm going to put mesh. Okay. And I'm going to say add. So here you can say COVID-19 mesh terms, right? And I'm going to say add to history. So I'm not going to search immediately. I'm just going to say add to history, which shows me that by searching COVID-19 as a mesh term, I'm getting 122,000 articles. Okay. But I don't want to restrict myself to mesh. I also want to see if COVID-19 is also available in the title or abstract. Again, I do the same. Here you can see title and abstract is the field applied. And again, I'm going to add this. Now, as I told you before, these two are synonyms, right? They are part of the same concept. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add them using OR. See, first I added, just to do it again. I click these three dots, add query. And when I add the next one, it is going to ask me add with and or not. So since they are part of the same, I'm going to say OR. So here you can see COVID-19 mesh terms or COVID-19 title abstract. Now I'm going to add this to history. It is giving me greater than what individually they are giving. So this is 122, this is 177, this is 194. So I am pretty confident that this number 3 has all the articles which are talking about COVID-19, right? You could also add more terms like or COVID or SARS-CoV-2 in the title abstract or nCoV in the title abstract. You can keep adding as many terms as you want in order to cover every possibility. But for the sake of time and brevity, I'm just using 2 terms. What was the next term that I was interested in? Vaccine, right? So I'm going to go to the mesh browser again. and going to see if there is a mesh term for vaccine. So vaccine is a mesh term. If it is not a mesh term, here it will come as no available term. Okay, since it is available, it is showing. So it is giving the description as well. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste here. And what am I going to select here? I'm going to select mesh terms because it is a mesh term. Add to history. So how many articles are there on vaccines? 248,000. I can also do a similar title and abstract for vaccine. Add. I can also do, for the sake of convenience, I can say Covishield, right? Because that is the most common vaccine, Covishield. And I'm going to use or, right? Here also I can select or, because these are part of the same. I'm going to add to history. So I can see 218,000 articles are there on vaccine or Covishield. Now 4 and 5 are part of the same concept, right? So I'm going to combine them again with or. So vaccines mesh term or vaccine in the title abstract or Covishield in the title abstract. I'm again going to add this in the history. So now you can see number 3 stands for COVID-19. Number 6 stands for vaccine, right? And the one last term we will add, we wanted effectiveness, right? So we will see whether effectiveness is a mesh term. Apparently there is no effectiveness term in mesh. Okay, so we can try efficacy. No results for efficacy as well. So since there is no term here, we can simply conclude our research, or we can simply put, since there is no mesh term, I'm going to simply look for effectiveness in the title and abstract and put add, and again add to search history. So now I have the 3 pieces of my search query: COVID-19, vaccine, and effectiveness. I'm going to combine these 3. And what should I combine them with? These are 3 different concepts. So I should combine them with and. So I'm going to add this first. I'm going to add this with and I'm going to add this with and. So here you can see COVID-19 and vaccine, Covishield, and effectiveness. Now I will add this to history, and you can see that I have 962 articles, which is a very manageable number. If I want to see what the results are, I will click this 962 and it will take me to the results. So here, all the articles that you get will be extremely relevant and very time saving for your literature search. Safety and immunogenicity of this vaccine into formulations. And on the left-hand side, you can see there are a number of filters. So this is a year filter. This is a text availability filter, article type. If I'm interested only in clinical trials, I can check clinical trials, right? Because I want only randomized control trials, so I will check them, and you get only 10 results. So there are only 10 trials which are published in PubMed as of now for COVID-19 vaccines. If you want systematic review or meta-analysis also, you can select. So there are other additional filters which I will let you to just explore. So this part is called the filtering part. And there are a lot of options in PubMed apart from this. So how do I send this to my mentor, or how do I send this to myself? So there are several options like email. You can type your email ID here and you can send the results. So you will get it in the email. You can also create collections. So if you create a username for yourself in PubMed, you will have your own account and you can start collecting your articles there. You can also create your own bibliography, and you can also save the results in a file. So if I create a file, I will get a text file like this where all the articles which are relevant to me are available. Right? So later on, you can go and look at them. I'll just show you how the dashboard looks like. So I already have an account, so I have logged in. If I go to the dashboard, so these are my collections and saved searches. So if I want to see any previous record or previous collection that I have saved here, I can easily go ahead and see here. So here, for example, I have done SLT oral cancer demo. So this search is available to me whenever I want. So that is the advantage of creating a login and then using that. Here you can also save your searches. So what terms did you use to run a particular search strategy? I can also access. So here I can see what was the term exactly used by me to create this particular result. So that is also available to me. So you can save the search strategy, you can save the results, and you can also send that to your email ID. One cool thing that I will tell you is create alert. Let's say you are a postgraduate student who is starting your research thesis. If you want to know what new updates are coming in your particular field, you can click create alert. And for this particular strategy, if there are any new additions in the search strategy, you will get an email. You can select the frequency of the email and how many items to send, and you will get an email saying that new items are available for this particular search strategy, so that you are always updated with your current research topic. So that is a cool trick for PGs who want to know new information about their research topic by clicking on create alert. So I hope that from now onwards, instead of using PubMed like Google, where you simply go to the main search and type the question as such, you will use the advanced tab. Instead of typing here, go to the advanced tab and try to use these fields and try to use the query builder. Okay. So that is a brief about PubMed. More learning about PubMed are available everywhere, as I showed. And there is a YouTube channel which is called Union Short Course. So this Union PubMed Short Course has a lot of videos which they have created for PubMed. So there are around 18 videos which help you step by step, right from the beginning of creating account to very advanced search using PubMed. So I hope all of you will check out this, and this is an excellent resource for getting started with using PubMed. So I think I slightly short over time. Now it's time to go to the next one, which is Zotero. So what is Zotero? Zotero is nothing but a reference management software. How do you, this is open source software, so it is available free of cost. You don't have to pay any money. You go to zotero.org and you click download. Okay, and for your respective operating system, it may be Windows or Mac, you will get the it will install. Once it is installed, you have to install this one, Zotero connector. If you're using Chrome, it will automatically show here. So you have to install both this. You have to install Zotero as well, and you have to install a Zotero connector as well, right? Once you have installed this, it will look something like this. So this is how Zotero looks like. Okay. Here, these folders will not be available because I have created them. There will be nothing here, and it will be empty everywhere. So this is the panel of Zotero. And if you're using Word, when you open a new Word document, so if you're using Word document, after installation, you will see a button here which is called Zotero. Okay, and the Zotero functionalities will be available. So make sure that you install Zotero properly so that you don't have to worry about these little problems. So this is the main Zotero window. This is the Zotero option, which will come in Word. And once you have installed the Zotero connector for Chrome, you will get something like this. Here you see a button. This is a Zotero save to Zotero button. Okay, if you are searching for any article in the website, this button will turn to different colors and you can save that to Zotero. Okay, so there are three pieces. I'm going to repeat them again. One is Zotero itself. This is the Zotero software. Then the Zotero addition in Microsoft Word, and then the Zotero connector in Google Chrome, or if you use Firefox, it will be there for Firefox also. If you use Safari, it will be there for Safari also. But since Google Chrome is the most commonly used, I'm showing Google Chrome, right? So you have installed all three and now you are ready to go. Now what Zotero does is it lets you collect the references of all the websites and journal articles and books that you are reading through while doing your literature review, and it collects them in a convenient place. So for example, let me go to PubMed again and say I want to run this last search. And these 10 results I want to save, okay, in my reference management software. Now you can see this button, which was earlier faded out, it has now turned into a folder type of thing. So if I click that folder, it is going to open something like this. So the Zotero has recognized that these are journal articles and these many articles are available for saving in this particular page. So I'm going to randomly click 4 or 5 articles. And before clicking OK, I have to do one thing. In Zotero, I have to create a new folder, right? Because there are so many folders, I don't want the articles to go into any one of my folders. So I'm going to click this folder button and I'm going to say Tagore demo. So whatever new articles I save are going to appear here. So see, in Tagore demo folder, there is nothing now. Now I'm going to click this button again and say I'm going to save the first 5 articles. And if I click OK, it is telling me that this is saving to Tagore demo, right? And there are 5 articles. If I go to Zotero, these 5 articles are available to me, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You don't have to worry about these items. These are the different parts of the citation. So this is the title, the authors, abstract, the publication, volume number, issue number, page number, date of publication, journal abbreviation, language, DOI, ISSN number, short summary, etc. If you think that there is any error in any of these fields, you can simply click and you can, for example, nobody says Lancet, London, England. So this is a wrong entry. So I'm just deleting it and pressing enter. So I can also correct any errors which are happening during the import, right? So these 5 articles I have entered now into Zotero. What about websites? If I'm looking at a website, let's say I'm looking at WHO rabies website, right? So this is a website, a WHO website, which is giving me some information about rabies. Okay, how do I save this? So it is giving me key facts. I want to refer this or I want to code this. You can see here, previously it was a folder button. Now it is just a blue button. So I simply click on that and it is saving that to Zotero. Give it a few seconds and it will finish saving. If it is a large page, it will take some time. See, this website is now available. If I double click it, it will show me that page, right? So websites and articles can be saved as easily as that. if I'm going to read a book also, let's say I'm going to read this book. Let's say this is the book that I'm going to read, and some references available here, and I want to save this book. Here you can see the icon has changed into a book. So again, it has recognized that this is a book, and it is going to save that book into my Zotero. You can see here the book is come, right? So the publisher, pages, date, etc. is available here. So in this way, you can add as many types of references that you want. Sometimes there are some references which cannot be added automatically like this, right? So in that case, there is a plus button you see here. For example, there is a TB report which is not available on the internet, or it is not available in a way that is easy to capture by Zotero. Let's say TB India report. So this is a report from the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and I want to use this report for my reference, right? But this particular type of documents cannot be added as a reference because it does not follow a standard format. But you can see here, Zotero has changed into a PDF, right? So it will save the PDF in Zotero, but it will not give you the different items for referencing. I'll show you in a bit. So while before this loads, I will also show you one trick. Let's say you have some articles with you, which are PDFs, which you have downloaded from the internet or someone has shared with you, but you want to add them to the reference management software. How to do that? Let's say these 5 articles or 6 articles somebody has sent me. Okay, these are PDFs. You can see that these are PDF articles, and I want to add the references of these articles into my Zotero. I simply have to drag them into Zotero. It will take some time, but it will add them also into the referencing. It is taking some time, as you can see. It is reading the PDF. It is going through the PDF, and it is extracting all this information, and it is converting them into references. So this is a powerful technique. If you have a bunch of articles which you have collected in PDF and you want to use them for referencing, you can simply drag them and put it in Zotero, and it will convert them into references. Now it is finished. So you can see all the articles which I showed you there are now available here. So articles either from the website can be incorporated, or PDFs can be incorporated, or you can also add books and websites. Now going to the TB report, which we wanted to incorporate. Okay, so this is a India TB report. Even if I click this PDF button, it is simply going to save this report to Zotero, but it is not going to give any information like this. So there will be no metadata, which is what we call information about that particular item. It will simply save it to Zotero, but there will be this information will be lacking. If it is a very big file, it won't save. So I think India TB report is a very big file. That's why it is not trying to save it. So let us skip that. But I want to show how to add this India TB report as well into Zotero, because sometimes you may come across such reports which you also want to add it into Zotero. So what do? You click Zotero, you click this plus button, and you click on report. So these are manually adding. So here I have to type manually the things about this. So for example, this is India 2021, right? So the PDF is just now saved, but I have created the reference here. So let me complete that. So the author of this is Central TB Division, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So I'm going to add that under author, Central TB Division, HFW. So these are the two pieces of information that I want. And I also want date. So it is 2021. Institution is MOHFW and place is New Delhi. So manually also you can add the reports like this. And since I know that this is the same thing, I can simply drag it and leave it under that. So that PDF is available to me under that reference. So if I double click it, the PDF will open for me, right? So this is how you can neatly organize your reports as well. So if a full text is freely available in PubMed, those full text will also be available to you right below that. So you can simply double click it and that PDF will open for you. So this is very nifty and it's very handy when you want to look at the articles themselves. One more thing that I want to show you is this magic wand. You see this button here, magic wand. If you know the PubMed ID or the DOI, you can simply type the PubMed ID and that article will be pulled in. For example, let us say this article. So this is the DOI, right? So I only know the DOI, but I don't know the article. So I go to Zotero, press the magic wand, and I paste that DOI and press enter. That article will be again pulled in. So as you can see, there are two articles from the same two identical articles. You can remove duplicates also, but I think that is a little bit advanced for you. But make sure that you don't have any. If you click duplicate items, it will show you, and you can easily remove by clicking here the duplicate items. So this is how you will collect your articles for a particular research study or a paper or manuscript. So now what is the next step? Next step is to cite these articles in a document. So let's open our Word document and I'm going to type something. So let us assume that this is the introduction. This is the first sentence. This is the second sentence, etc. Right? And I want to put citations here and there. So you have to click the first button under the Zotero tab. So click on Zotero. Initially, it will be under Home. Then you have to click on Zotero and click on Add or Edit Citation. Right? Once you click that, it will ask you which style do you want. So I want, say, Vancouver style, and I click OK. And then I will click on the article which I want to cite. Right? Now it is coming as one. You can see the one is gray color. Let us say I want to add another one here. I want to add the India TB report. Okay. Then I want to add 2 or 3 articles. So let's say I click on multiple sources and I want to add this one, this one, this one, and the rabies website. Click OK. And you can see this is all added, right? Now let's say I want to change. I can delete this second one. I have to click edit. I want to change it. This is the one I want to change it into, and it will change. And once you are done with all your formatting, I have to click the second button, give it some time, and it is going to paste all the citations neatly in the format that we requested. Now let's say you are editing and you don't want this first reference here. You can simply press backspace and it got deleted. Now the number ordering is bit botched up, right? So you simply go to refresh, click the refresh button, and it will automatically change all the references. You don't have to worry about a single thing. So this is how you can start putting the citations in your document. If you want to change the style of this citations, for example, some journals want you to put superscripts like this. So all those can be changed in document preferences. Here you can choose whatever style you want, because the journal will always give you a style, right? So it will be most often APA 7th edition, or most often it will be Vancouver. Sometimes it will be Nature, or maybe Harvard style. So you can choose any one of the styles, and the document will be formatted automatically for you. If what you are looking for is not available here, you can simply go to manage styles, and you can add styles of a particular journal as well. For example, here you can get additional styles, and you can search for any journal in this window, and it will give you. For example, I want to search for PLOS ONE. So PLOS ONE is available here. I have to click, and PLOS ONE will be available here. So I can also select, apart from what is given here in the document preferences, I can add any journal which is available in the Zotero database. So that is how you use Zotero for storing your research items, as well as using them for in-text citation and easily managing your bibliography. Dr. Sucharita, that's all I have for now. If there are one or two questions, because I think Dr. Hemant is waiting.
Yes.
If there are any questions, they can type in the chat window and I can answer them.
Definitely.
Or if there are no questions, I can.
Yeah, thank you so much for that really insightful and very in-depth demonstration, because that hands-on demonstration was extremely helpful, sir, because that is exactly we need to go and practice. As you said, the practice is what makes us more practical in our learning. Morning, you emphasize that practical approach in our learning. Definitely, I'll follow your advice and ask my students and participants to pose any questions to you directly in the chat box, because the next resource person, Dr. Hemant Shavade, is waiting. Thank you so much once again. The session was highly impressive for me. That's what I was telling my postgraduate. That is why you are in ICMR scientist category and we are in the learners position. Thank you so much once again. And without much delay, I would like to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Hemant, who is waiting in the wings. Sir, we welcome you once again to the session, Writing a Review of Literature. I would take just quick 2 minutes to introduce you by reading out your biography to the participants. Please allow me. Dr. Hemant Shavade is serving as Scientist E in the Division of Health Systems Research at ICMR NIE. Sir has done MD in Community Medicine, following which he also accomplished a PhD degree in Operational Research. He is a senior mentor for WHO TDR endorsed Structured Operational Research Training Initiative courses. As operational researcher based in India, he has led multi-site studies on active case finding for tuberculosis and screening for severely ill tuberculosis patients under routine program conditions. He's passionate about strengthening primary healthcare services through standard treatment guidelines, cohort-wise tracking, and community action for health. Sir believes that health system strengthening, mentorship for district level public health cadre, and operational research ultimately helps in achieving his goal and strengthening the systems. Sir authored more than 130 publications in peer-reviewed scientific journals, and of which 30 of them he has been the lead author. Sir, I would also like to submit that I also has completed my fellowship in TB HIV from Government Hospital of Thoracic Medicine. We are extremely thankful for scientists like you leading all these training programs in serving our TB community and training programs in the country. I would not take more time of yours. Please proceed with your session title, Writing a Review of Literature. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Sucharita. Can you please confirm that you can hear me well?
Yes, sir. Kannan, sir, can you please, is there any PowerPoint, sir?
Yes, there is. I'll share my screen.
Please, sir. We are able to hear you and see you. And yes.
Yeah, let me share my screen, please.
Yes, sir.
Please confirm you can see this.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Thank you. So before I begin, Dr. Sucharita, there's a ground rule. You don't call me sir. This is a colonial legacy that we have. Hemant, Dr. Hemant should be fine. Yeah. I hope this is
Yes.
okay with
Yes,
all of
Dr.
us.
Hemant.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sucharita. Yes. So permit me to start. This is going to be a 20 minutes presentation, and then I'll leave 10 more minutes for questions. If there are any questions with reference to Rizwan's session or my lecture, I expect questions related to Rizwan's lecture because a lot of his presentation was demonstration. So I'm sure participants would be having some comments. So I'll leave 10 minutes at the end for any questions. So I'll be writing a review of literature. Now, let me start. Okay, so what we know based on what Rizwan explained before me, we know the difference between literature search and review. Literature search is a systematic approach to, identify, retrieve, and do a bibliographic management of studies usually published. Review is actually once you have completed your literature search, analyzing, evaluating, and synthesizing scientific evidence derived from studies identified through this search process. So we need to be clear what is literature search, which we have actually learned before this lecture. What I'm going to take you through is literature review, specifically how to write a literature review. Now, I don't have to explain this, but a prerequisite for a good literature review is a systematic literature search, and your outputs of that literature search, the relevant output, has been added to a reference manager. Again, this has been covered by Rizwan. And before you start writing a literature review, we need to individually read these outputs of literature research. Literature search. I don't mean by reading just reading the abstract. What I mean is reading the whole article. If a report is our output of a literature search, we need to read the whole report. We just tend to read certain sections which are of use to us and just tend to use that information. But ideally, we need to read all the outputs thoroughly so that we know the strengths, limitations, and so that we interpret the results of each of those output accordingly. So this is the hard job. Writing a good literature review is more of writing a literature review is more of, it's like an art of writing, and you will gain that art over a period of time. But the tough part was what Rizwan taught you before. And these are hard skills which you need to have. For example, how to conduct a systematic literature search, how to add it to a reference manager, and then the hard work of reading these outputs one by one, synthesizing evidence. And then once you're ready with this synthesized evidence, you're ready to write the literature. Now, what we also know is what is the application of literature review. This is usually in the background section of your proposals or your research papers to identify existing research and information about your chosen topic. Basically, what is the current state of knowledge, what has been published, what are the gaps, and sometimes in the discussion section, whenever we are writing a research paper, when we synthesize the conclusions from the past studies and compare with what we have found. That is again where a literature review, whatever you have synthesized based on your literature search, is of use. What I'm going to focus on writing a literature review for your background section. I'm not going to focus on how you use that information for your discussion section. Now, the literature review section, how is it positioned within your introduction? Sometimes it's part of your introduction section as a subsection. Usually this is done in research papers and research proposals. In research papers, it has to be part of your introduction section as a subsection because our research papers have the format introduction, methods, results, and discussion. And within introduction, we have review of literature. Now, in research proposals, I prefer to have the review of literature as a part of the introduction itself, rather than having it as a separate paragraph, because I'm thinking way ahead. Once I develop a research proposal and after the results are finalized, I'm going to convert that research proposal into a paper, right? So the research proposal already has the introduction and methods. And once the analysis is complete, the tables and figures are complete, I have to just add the results section and discussion section. So keeping in mind, the research proposal has to eventually be converted into a research paper. I, preferably include my review of literature as a part of the introduction. And this also helps me in ensuring a flow within the introduction. But some people prefer having a separate review of literature in their research proposals. That is what I'm coming to, a separate section after introduction and before aims and objectives. Some people do this in research proposals, and in many universities in the thesis structure, they expect a separate review of literature section after introduction, before the aims and objectives. So I'm going to discuss, assuming I'm going to position the review of literature within my introduction, how am I going to proceed? What are the tips that I would like to recommend? Now, coming to the principles of writing a literature review, before you actually start with the literature review, you actually, in your introduction section, you set the scene. You talk about what is the general problem, and then introduce the specific question or research area within that general problem that you as a researcher plan to address. For example, if you're looking at active case finding for TB as your specific question or research area, before you start the literature review, you will set the scene by introducing what TB is, what are the global numbers with respect to TB cases and TB deaths. TB is the second largest killer due to an infectious disease after COVID-19. Then, come to India specific information, and then introduce the specific, question. Talk a bit about case finding. You will talk that in tuberculosis, most of the case finding is dependent on passive case finding, where the system expects the person with symptoms to come to the health system. But active case finding is where you go into the community and detect cases. So if your research paper or proposal is about active case finding, this is how I would set the scene and then introduce the specific question or research area to be addressed. Once this is done in your introduction section, I'm going to start about the specific question or research area, more details. This is where my specifics of literature review are going to go. So what is expected? So what has been done before under that specific question or research area? So for example, if I'm talking about active case finding, what has been done before with reference to active case finding? What is the latest research? What is known, right? So now one can discuss the latest research or what is known in many different ways. So therefore, it is very useful to introduce a conceptual framework that you are going to discuss the evidence for active case finding under this broad conceptual framework, so that the reader knows this is what you're interested in. So once you make a conceptual framework, give a figure for that conceptual framework, it brings clarity to the reader. If not, the reader is lost as to what you're talking about. So under a conceptual framework of active case finding, what has been done before, what is the latest research, and what is known. So in my next slide, I'll give you an example of conceptual framework. Let's not get to that for now. Then once we have discussed what is known, we have to discuss what is still unknown and what are the gaps, right? Okay, so let me give you a rough idea about this conceptual framework. So for active case finding, say the study is about effectiveness of active case finding for TB when compared to passive case finding. How effective is active case finding? Now, how do you measure effectiveness, right? So this is how I build my conceptual framework, that there is some NTB strategy globally. Under that, active case finding is one of the strategies, and intensified research and innovation is also one of the strategies. Under that, we have ACF. So for ACF and research, what are the general benefits of ACF? This is what I'm looking at. And general benefits of ACF can be looked using these 6 points. And I'm clearly clarifying that I'm going to cover the top 4 points under general benefits, and I'm not going to cover the next 2. And for each of these general benefits of ACF, or how you can measure effectiveness of ACF when compared to PCF, I need to do a review of literature as to what is known. So when I do my review of literature of what is known with reference to general benefits or effectiveness of active case finding, I'm going to look at review of literature for does it increase TB case detection when compared to passive case finding? Does it reduce diagnosis delays? Does it reduce the costs incurred by patients? Does it improve the TB treatment outcomes for patients diagnosed with TB when compared to passive case finding only? So when you make this conceptual framework, the reader is clear. So let me go back to the previous slide. Once you have discussed what is known, we discuss what is unknown. What are the gaps, right? Now, once we know what is unknown and what are the gaps, we know what is the research gap, right? Sometimes there might not be a research gap, but there might be problems with previous research. Or it could be a combination of two. There could be a research gap and there could be problems with previous research. For example, the methodology was not the most rigorous. The tool use was not, the most standardized. There were limitations which you plan to address in your study, right? So summarize what needs to be understood. So what needs to be understood could be a research gap with reference to what is known and what is not known. Or it could be problems with previous research methodologically, which you're trying to improve in the study, or it could be a combination of both. And eventually end with what's new, what's the novelty of your research. It's eventually all about marketing. But please note that in operational research, so I deal a lot about operational research, that is research in program settings. Novelty may not be important. Any context-specific research is relevant. And nowadays, journals are more and more going away from this concept of novelty, and they're saying, as long as any research is rigorously conducted, it deserves a publication. So this is how you can justify through your review of literature why you intend to conduct the study. I'll summarize. Through a conceptual framework, discuss the latest research, what is known, try to understand what is unknown, what are the gaps, and also try to understand what were the gaps, problems with previous research, summarize what needs to be understood, and end with what is new, if possible, if there is any novelty. Eventually, you need to catch the attention of the reader. As I said, novelty could also be context specific. This has been studied in other TB, high TB burden countries, but this has not been studied in India. So it could also be a context specific novelty. Now, let me share some, some general writing tips. Whenever you write your literature review and introduction in general, it's good to go from global to local. Don't shift from global, then talk about India, then talk about, say you're doing the research in Tamil Nadu, again talk about a study in Europe, right? So go from global to local, follow that order. And whenever you talk about gaps, clarify whether that gap or what is unknown, whether it is at global level, whether it is at national level, or whether it is at local level. Second, don't oversight. If you're writing a research paper, every journal has a limit on the number of references you can use. So please don't oversight. But if you're working on a proposal, or if you're working on a systematic review, then maybe you need to cite as many reviews as possible. But generally, if you're working on a research paper, which you're going to publish in a journal, they have some limitations about the number of references that you can use. I'll discuss about which references to use later. Write short sentences. Don't write complicated long sentences. One paragraph, one concept. Abbreviations and consistency in use of phrases. When you're using an abbreviation, continue to use the abbreviation, right? For example, you have introduced National TB Elimination Program, and in bracket you say NTEP. After that, continue using NTEP. Don't say National TB Elimination Program sometimes NTEP. If you're using some technical phrases, maintain consistency in use of those technical phrases. Don't use different phrases depending on your mood or what time of the day you're writing. And at the end of the day, I would request get it reviewed to assess whether it flows well. It always helps when there are extra pair of eyes looking at what you have written. Now, after literature review, you generally write, how the research would benefit policy and practice and eventually impact lives of people. And then you conclude with aims and objectives, followed by references, which are at the end of your document. Quickly, Rizwan must have covered this, why we use references: to avoid plagiarism, to validate and support your work, to demonstrate your knowledge and familiarity with the topic, and to help readers find the original source if they want to go through the details. Again, any statements or reported results which are not based on our own data, any special methods or program used should be referenced. Now, if you're working on a research paper, I told we should not oversight. So how to decide which references to include? Maybe the latest one, maybe the best, define them based on what specific area you're working at, maybe the most relevant, maybe the appropriate quantity. Therefore, you limit your references to relevant and recent ones. Very important, cite fairly. Do not cite if you have not read it. You do not want to get into an embarrassing position where if a reviewer or an ethics committee member says, okay, you have made that statement in that literature review and you have quoted this reference. I could not get a copy of that reference. Can you please share the PDF of that paper? And then you would say, sorry, I don't have that PDF, sir, ma'am. Then it cuts a sorry figure, right? That you didn't read that whole article and then you used it as a reference. Many times when you just read the abstract, they'll just mention the key findings, but the limitations and all those details would be there in the whole paper, right? So we need to interpret the findings, the relevance of those findings, keeping in mind the limitations the design used. So cite fairly, do not cite if you have not read. Please develop this habit very early in your life. And therefore, a related point, keep a copy of all your references, especially web pages. Take a snapshot or save them as a PDF, but because over a period of time, some web pages may become non-functional. That's it from my end. Thank you very much. If there are any further questions related to my lecture or the previous lecture, participants may please ask those questions or type them in the comment box. Over.
Thank you, sir. That was the very insightful, crisp, and up to the point thing, because I know you are saving time to interact with us. So I hope Dr. Rizwan is there. I know you gave me an instruction not to use the colonial term, sir and madam. I'm totally into that, because this colonialism, neo-colonialism, neo-post-colonialism, this is like something I talk a lot too. So if Dr. Kannan, Dr. Geeta, if madam is available, because as I mentioned, madam is also doing like shuttling between this convocation related meetings, because the governor is arising on Monday for our college. If Dr. Geeta is not available, she will join him. But if Dr. Rizwan is available, we can take questions. Dr. Geeta is there. As mentioned, we can take a question session which is scheduled as like interactive question and day with experts, and save time and let the interaction flow together. If Dr. Rizwan is there, fine. But otherwise, I have a bunch of questions to Dr. Hemant, because it was mentioned in the prior session, in Dr. Rizwan's session, there were quite a good demonstrations attempted for us to learn like how to use PubMed Advanced portal as well as Zotero portal. So my question is directed to Dr. Hemant, sir. Not sir, Dr. Hemant, are there any other portals similarly to assist in writing literature review? Because I'm connecting this to the immediate concern, like a lot of young researchers and even senior researchers like me sometimes get this thought block or blog, get stuck at one point, not able to proceed to the next connecting link between one thought to the next thought. And some of us also have language barriers. Some of us, not me personally, but some of us have language barriers. So like the previous session where there is Zotero or other platforms, are there any platforms specifically to assist and measure our efficiency, how far we have done with our literature review?
Rizwan, permit me to answer that. There is no one specific answer for that, but what I would recommend, one practical point, I don't follow it, but I've seen many researchers following it, is once you have done a literature search and you've added the relevant references to Zotero, and you also have the PDFs there, you go through each and every reference, right? Now, how to synthesize this and write a literature review? I talked about a conceptual framework. For that area that we are working, prepare a conceptual framework, and therefore we need to classify the synthesized information under that conceptual framework. So in my conceptual framework, I had 6 ways in which effectiveness of active case finding can be assessed, right? So maybe we can make an Excel sheet and put down those 6 conceptual frameworks as 6 different rows. And under each of those, the objective or each of those 6 ways using which you can assess the effectiveness of active case finding, I can summarize each, important reference, like who is the author, where was the study done, any context specific information, what is the key finding, design, strength, limitation. And therefore, then I have that Excel in front of me. And then therefore, I have a rough idea as to how to proceed with writing my, review of literature with reference to what is known around that particular research area. Then what is not known is a straightforward thing, this is the framework that I have. This area has not been researched much, and this specific is not known, or whatever studies were done, these were the methodological issues. Therefore, the gaps are this. Therefore, this is what I intend to do in the following study. Yes, this is what I've seen. Some people I've seen even using some high-fi flow charts to do it. I have some of my friends in AIMS who have done that. But I have never used it, but many people find this useful to make an Excel sheet. This also helps in future reference when you want to get back to the topic again. Over to you, Rizwan.
Sir,
Rizwan, you're not audible. Over.
Am I audible now?
Yes, perfect. Over.
Okay. So with reference to the question that Dr. Suchita asked, one thing that is useful for language editing or plagiarism checking is Grammarly.
Yes.
So if you can buy subscription to Grammarly, it will really help you in refining your statements, checking the grammar, spelling, the active voice, passive voice, and it does the plagiarism as well. So the language barrier is taken care of. If you think your language is extremely limited and you don't want to spend much time into reviewing the language aspect of it, I strongly recommend purchasing Grammarly. And once you start using it for say 6 months or 1 year, you know this, you will understand why it is correcting certain sentences, and you learn from that. So it is also a learning tool. The second thing about the thought blocks, that you get stuck in one place and you are not able to write further. A slightly different version of what Dr. Hemant was telling. We used to make this argument matrix. So the argument matrix is rows and columns. The title of the columns are the different sections of the paper, like introduction, review of literature if there is any, then methods, results, and discussion. And the row headings are the concepts that you are going to, the central ideas that you are going to discuss in your paper. Let's say there is prevalence of the particular problem. Let's say prevalence of mental disorders in COVID-19 recovered patients. The second concept is, let's say, the economic costs or the economic burden of mental health disorders in COVID-19 recovered patients. And finally, what are the challenge, or what are the solutions, or what are the so some of the problems that can be solved. So if there are 3 central ideas, you take each idea through the these 4 columns. So I will write the introduction for that particular core idea, objective for that core idea, method for that core idea, result, and then discussion. So I follow that thread, and then I go through each of these sections in a connected way. So when I read the paper also, for the reader also, it is it is like a story. So we are not going back and forth between the different core ideas or the central ideas. So I would suggest for beginners, or even for people who get thought blocks in between, myself included, It would
Myself
help
included.
to make a logical framework or an argument matrix where you just put pen to paper and write what you want to say, and then later on it falls into place. See, at least 3 or 4 drafts are required before you can get to the final place where you can start submitting to journals. So if the first draft is in a very shabby shape, it doesn't matter, as long as you are willing to put in the effort to revise it 3 or 4 times in the future, and then it comes into place. 20 versions for you, Dr. Hemant, really. 20 versions. I could write 4 papers by by that time.
That is such a sobering and humbling, bringing back to the ground reality.
Yeah,
If scientists like you are having 20 versions, I think we can definitely be hopeful.
Sure, I agree.
We are aiming.
If there are 4 or 5, if there are 6 or 7 authors in each paper, each one revises once, that itself is 7 drafts, and each one does it twice, that is 14. So yeah.
Yes, that is definitely a humbling admission from scientists like you sitting in ICMR and NIE divisions. Coming back to again Dr. Rizwan's session where he demonstrated that exercise, and I totally will be taking up that exercise with my interns once again. But this is a practical question because all of our efficiencies are different and all that. But the more we practice, the more efficient and confident we build up in this software skill enhancement. Yeah. But Dr. Rizwan has definitely showed us the free versions and the open source kind of softwares available. So I will be requesting maybe you can at a later point when your time permits, you can also, because you are also introduced us to us that resource or repository of the union courses, which will be like a big source for our postgraduates, the union introductory course about review of literature, which is like a compendium of 18 videos. Yeah. Similarly, sir, Dr. Rizwan, if you can later point share any free resources available in this particular area of research, which we will share with our participants later, that would be a great help. Apart from that, this is directly connecting with the physical mentors. Apart from these online resources, are there any, because there is this pandemic related thing which is coming to my mind during pandemic, to improve the research mentoring, there was one document circulating in the Google Forms or Google Drives to add names of researchers who are available for mentoring for, this kind of open source, in the sense freely they are volunteering to mentor certain students, PhD science, STEM stream of science students, some of the rich research scholars based in this ICMR and other apex institutions. There was a database circulating in some research forums where scientists like you have volunteered to add their emails and time, specifically mentioning what time they are available to reach out to people like us. So if you are aware of any such resources, please share your thoughts.
I'm not sure I came across that particular Google Sheet or Google Drive, but from the ICMR NI's point of view, I can say that we have internship opportunities open to postgraduates and interns. We regularly have interns coming from several streams, not only postgraduate, even MD, community medicine postgraduates come here, dentists come here, MPH scholars come here. So there is a lot of opportunity for doing internship under scientists in NIE, as well as there are observerships as well. So you can write a letter to the director and that gets processed in its usual way. So these are 2 avenues for students, your own particular students, who to come here and stay for a month or 2, get involved in ongoing research projects, complete a short paper or complete a small research project under our guidance. That can always be thought of, and that can be arranged. In terms of other mentoring, if Tagore decides to fund a research project, or if Tagore decides to fund a capacity building exercise, NIE can also sort of take part in it. From obviously that has to come from the director, but we can work out something in a collaborative mode. We can mentor students, but depending upon the availability of scientists and their time
Yes.
this can be worked out. So
Yes.
these are the options available with ICMR NIE. And apart from ICMR NIE, I think there are a lot of training and resource opportunities available elsewhere if one has the time and effort, spends the effort to look for it.
Definitely. I totally get the insight of your inputs, and we will explore what could be taken forward. Dr. Hemant, your insights in this particular point, are you aware of any such resources other than mentioned by Dr. Rizwan, where scholars are volunteering to uplift the research competencies and upskill the other resource constrained scholars or researchers?
So I am not aware of something that you told where scientists or academicians put their what you call time publicly so that people can contact. But what I can say is that I'm aware of a capacity building initiative in operational research, which I'm also involved, which is structured operational research training initiative. So these are called as SORTIT. SORTIT are 1 year operational research capacity building initiatives focused on an output at the end of the year, which is a published OR paper. This is coordinated by WHO, and this is recommended as the in-country model for building capacity in operational research. The targets here are implementers who are basically working within the programs, or academicians and researchers who are working closely with the health programs. So this is a modular training approach where once participants get selected, they are linked to mentors, they attend modular trainings on proposal development, data entry analysis, and paper writing. And then once they submit the paper, they get a WHO accredited certificate. So that is one. And you were talking about some of the resources Rizwan shared about. NIE itself has this option for online, massive open online courses, which can be explored. With reference to what Rizwan took, the union, which I was previously affiliated with, has this YouTube videos about how to do data entry, analysis, PubMed search, reference management. So those are good resources. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
That's great inputs collectively coming from both of you. And MOOC is one thing like we will definitely explore and make it available widely for all our participants in this, because today, though there are around 40 participants live, but there were 70 plus registrations from Pan India. So we'll share all the summary of this along with the report we will generate. And if it is okay or permissible with you, we will request your PowerPoints also to send to our participants along with the report. With that, I think, Kannan sir, would you like to share your final thoughts about our program, so that I'll invite after you to propose vote of thanks, Dr. Geeta.
So today webinar was really very, very informative. Even to be very frank, I learned many things. I couldn't move away from my laptop, especially when the Sotiro was demonstrated by Dr. Rizwan. So really a useful webinar, not only for me, I think for all the participants. So with these few words, I'll hand over the proceedings to you.
Yes. Thank you, sir. As you said, it's very hard to see you completely in the department. You will get multiple calls to be in the virology lab and everywhere. Thank you. Your time here is really appreciated because of the experts we had today. Not every day we can get scientists to be with us entire day. I would like now to invite Dr. Geeta, the Professor HOD of Pharmacology Department and collaborator for this training program, to propose vote of thanks for this program, the first of its session.
Yeah. First, I would like to say that it was wonderful session from all the speakers. It was something, as Kannan sir said, we couldn't move away from our desktop. Yes, I had some work in between for the graduation, which we are going to conduct. But Zotero sir, you are the master in it. So Dr. Rizwan, thank you. Dr. Hemant and Dr. Jayashree, thank you. Let me propose the vote of thanks. It is a great privilege for me to extend a vote of thanks on this occasion. On behalf of Department of Pharmacology and the Central Research Lab, I would first like to thank our chairperson, Madam Professor M. Mala, and Secretary Sir, Mr. Manikandan, for their constant guidance, encouragement, and support. I would also like to express our sincere gratitude to our beloved Dean, Dr. Kumda Lingiraj Madam, for her continued support and valuable guidance. I would again like to thank our esteemed speakers who have kindly agreed to share their vast experience, expertise in today's topic so that we all got benefited from it. I would like to thank, special thanks to Dr. Kannan and Dr. Sucharita, and also to my department colleagues, Dr. Vivek Raj, in helping me in organizing this webinar. And my thanks to all the participants from all over India, faculties and postgraduates who registered for this workshop. Sincere thanks to the IT department, who without their support, it was not possible for us to conduct this webinar smoothly. Once again, thank you all for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Geeta. That was a wonderful recap of extending our support and gratitude from top to all the sides, because it's a holistic team effort to conduct a program like this uninterruptedly. And I would like to just briefly, quickly remind everyone that we will reach out to our speakers once again and get access to their PowerPoints and share with you all so that you can recap, review them, and read again and again the content, because most of the resources are not simply available online, because they have synthesized all their experience and put together such a wonderful PowerPoint presentations, all the 4 speakers together. Thank you so much. We'll reach out to one and all again. We will send out the participation certificates and for the moderated panel as well as the speaker sessions. We'll send out the certificates and the follow-up activities which we need to fulfill after the session. We'll reach out to all the speakers once again tomorrow through the mail. So apart from that, the participants are requested to complete the post-test, which the Google Forms link is posted by Dr. Kannan in the chat box, as well as the evaluation form, which is essential for us to complete, to submit and get the credit hour certificates from Tamil Nadu Medical Council as well as Dr. MGR University. We request all the participants to do that without fail. And once again, we take immense pleasure that the first session in this live webinar series conducted as Introduction to Research Methodology seems to be highly informative and intellectually stimulating session because of our elite speakers. The time and expertise they shared with us is invaluable, and we look forward to engage them next month if their time permits in a different format of sessions and different topics, because their expertise is really important for us to move forward in our capacity strengthening. Thank you so much, one and all, and we conclude the program today for today. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much.